Diyos ug makagagahom nga Amahan, salamat sa mga grasya nga among nadawat, labi na sa gasa sa kinabuhi. Hinaot unta nga kami hatagan sa gasa sa pagsabot ug mahayagan ang among hunahuna ug among gilauman, ikaw magahatag kanamo sa proteksyon. Sa mga magtutudlo, magapadayon ang ilang kinasing-kasing nga pag-alagad. Una kami sa kalipay, aron mulambo ang tinuod na gugma ug kaluoy sa matag adlaw. Ining tanan among gilauman, sa ngalan ni Jesus, Amen. Bayang magiliw, perlas sa silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw. May dilagang tula at awit sa paglayo minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw nang luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Department of Education, Division of TANGKUB City, in partnership with the local government unit of TANGKUB, presents ang TANGKUB, transforming advancement in the new normal, guiding K-12 learners under broadcast media, a TV-based instructional program crafted in response to the need of making education possible and accessible to students at the comfort of their homes. It covers the most essential competencies thematically layered in drama plays, which were originally written, directed, and performed by teachers to see to it that education is securely provided. This is ang TANGKUB.
It's TANGKUB, TANGKUB, TANGKUB time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tugtog na.
Kumusta mga bata? Sa dili pa nato sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw, ato usang balikan ang mga letra nga ato nang nakatunan. Atong nakatunan ang letrang M nga adunay tingog nga Karon mga bata, atong paminawon ang kanta sa letrang M.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang M. Basahon ta siya. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang M. Basahon ta siya. M sama sa mantikilya, merkado, mani ug mangga. M sama-sama gaganda, mata, mapa ug mama. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang M. Basahon ta siya. Basahon ta siya.
Mga bata, balika paglitok ang letrang M. Sakto! Mga bata, balika paglitok ang tingog sa letrang M. Maayo! Ato usab nga nakatunan ang letrang A nga adunay tingog nga A. Karon mga bata, paminawa ang kanta sa letrang A.
Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Magbasa na kita sa gamayng letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Sama sa ampalaya, abukado, atis apa. Sama sa alindana, ahos, asin ug adlaw. Magbasa na kita sa dakong letrang A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A. Basahon ta siya. A, 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 A.
Mga bata, balika paglitok ang letrang A. Sakto! Balika na pod paglitok ang tingog sa letrang A. Maayo! Karon mga bata, ato nang sugdan ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Andama ug paklia ang inyong self-learning materials, page 10.
Diha inyong makita ang letrang M ug letrang A.
Karon mga bata, paminawa ko ninyo kung unsaon nako paglitok ang tingog sa letrang M ug letrang A. Ma. Akong usbon mga bata. Ma. Akong usbon sa makausa mga bata. Ma. Akong balikon mga bata. Ma. Karon mga bata, magdungan kita sa pagbasa. Atong ilitok ang tingog sa letrang M, letrang A. Itudlo o basaha ang unang linya. Ma. Atong usbon mga bata, itudlo og basaha ang ikaduhang linya. Ma. Atong usbon makausa mga bata, itudlo og basaha ang ikatulong linya. Ma. Atong usbon makausa mga bata, itudlo og basaha ang ikaupat nga linya. Ma. Karon mga bata, kamo na pud ang magbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang M ug letrang A. Itudlo og basaha ang unang linya. Itudlo og basaha ang ikaduhang linya mga bata. Ilitok na pud og basaha ang ikatulong linya mga bata. Basahan na pod og ilitok ang ikaupat nga linya. Maayo mga bata! Karon mga bata, balikan na pod pagbasa. Ilitok ang tingog sa letrang M ug letrang A. Tudlua og basaha ang unang linya. Itudlo og basaha ang ikaduhang linya mga bata. Basaha og ilitok ang ikatulong linya. Basahan na pod og ilitok ang ikaupat nga linya. Nabuhat na ba ninyo mga bata? Maayo! Og dinhi natapos ang atong pagtulunan karong adlaw. Daghang salamat mga bata. Enjoy!
Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Addition of multiplication, subtraction of ang division. Problema dali rasulbaron, kay ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Sa duha tulo, upat lima unom, ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon. Ang mati ay sayon.
Magandang umaga mga bata! Kumusta kayo sa araw na ito? Handa na ba kayo sa ating panibagong leksyon? Ako si Teacher Popoy. Sa araw na ito, ating sisimulan ang ating panibagong leksyon sa Filipino. Mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangalan ng mga larawan na nagsisimula sa titik L. Ang titik L ay may tunog na L. Ngayon, kilalanin at babasahin natin ang mga pangalan na nasa larawan. Basahin natin ang pangalan ng lata, lapis, labi, lamok, langgam, lola, lobo, lansones. Basahin ninyo ang mga salita na makikita sa screen. Simulan na natin mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lata, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lapis, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na labi, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lamok, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na langgam, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lola, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lobo, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na lansones, tama mga bata. Ngayon, basahin natin ang mga parirala na may mga salitang nagsisimula sa titik L na may tunog na L. Basahin natin ang mga parirala na makikita sa screen. Halimbawa mga bata, ang lapis. Simulan na natin mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lata, tama mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na ang langgam, magaling mga bata. Kung ang salita ay binasa ninyo na si Lola, tama mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang labi, magaling mga bata. Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lamok, tama mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lobo, magaling mga bata! Kung ang parirala ay binasa ninyo na ang lansones, magaling mga bata! Ngayon mga bata, ating basahin ang mga parirala na inyong makikita sa screen. Simulan na ninyo mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ulit isa-isa ang mga parirala at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa mga parirala. Ang lapis at ang lata. Ang lamok at ang langgam. Ang labi at si Lola. Ang lansones at ang lobo. Mga bata, basahin natin ang mga pangungusap na makikita sa screen. Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang lapis ay maikli, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang lata ay walang laman, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na ang lamok at ang langgam ay nangangagat, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na lumipad ang lobo, magaling! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na mapula ang labi, tama! Kung ang pangungusap ay binasa ninyo na si Lola ay may lansones, Magaling! Ngayon mga bata, basahin natin ang isang tula na inyong makikita sa screen na pinamagatang Ang Lata. Simulan nyo na mga bata! Ngayon, babasahin ko ang tula at alamin ninyo kung tama ba ang inyong pagbasa sa tula. Ang lata. Si Lala ay may nakitang lata. Malaki at mabigat pala. Ibinigay niya sa kanyang lola. Ito pala ang lata na hinahanap sa apo niya. Para sa inyong unang gawain, mga bata, tingnan ang ibabang bahagi ng inyong tula na binasa at sagutin ang mga tanong na inyong makikita. At para naman sa inyong ikalawang gawain, mga bata, buksan muli ang ika-55 na pahina ng inyong Module L. At para naman sa inyong takdang aralin, mga bata, gayahin at isulat ang titik L sa kursibong pagsulat nito. Hanggang sa muli mga bata, sana'y may natutunan kayo sa araw na ito. Enjoy!
Maayong adlaw mga bata. Ani ana usab kita sa atong klase sa kindergarten. Dinhi sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Andam na ba kamo nga magkat-on karong adlaw? Ali na, magkat-on na ta. Kahapon atong nakat-unan ang bahin sa color nga yellow o dalag. Karong adlaw ato na usab nga kat-unan ang bahin sa color nga green o lunhaw. Mga bata, na ako'y ipakita ninyo. Tanawa. Kini ang sinina. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang sinina. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang sinina. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Anian na usab ako'y ipakita mga bata. Kini ang headband. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang headband. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang headband. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Karon mga bata, naanapod ko'y ipakita ninyo. Kini ang face mask. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang face mask. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Anian na usab ako'y ipakita mga bata. Kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Aniya usab ako'y lain ipakita mga bata. Kini ang bag. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang bag. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang bag. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Kini usab ang payong. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang payong. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang payong. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Mga bata, inyo nang nakita ang mga butang nga ang color green o lunhaw sama sa sinina, headband, karsunis, face mask, bag o payong. Karon mga bata, naana po ko'y ipakita nga video. Video kini sa mga bata uban si teacher. Ato kining tan-awon o paminawon. Karon mga bata, magdula ta. Naay mga butang, nagkalain-laing mga butang sa tuwa. Ang inyong buhaton, kuhaa ang mga butang nga akong isulti. Kung kinsa to'y makakuha sa saktong mga butang nga akong isulti, na ay star nga ihatag si teacher. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
kinsa tong makakuha og daghang star, maoy makadaog sa atong dula. Ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha.
Okay, hands up. Hands down. Kuha ang green nga baso. Okay, very good.
Ang akong nakuha, baso, ang iyang color green.
Okay. Sana po reward si Jana. Unsa ni Jana?
Star.
Star. Pakpakan na to si Jana, mga bata. Yay! Okay, sunod. Okay, pataas ang kamot ko, no, be? Paubos. Kuha ang green na yahong. Okay, very good, Gab.
Ang akong nakuha, kaya home. Ang iyang color, green.
Okay, pakpakan na to si Gab. Okay, nalapuliwar si Gab. Unsa ni Gab?
Star.
Star. Gipakpak mga bata. Yay! Sunod. Gilikod na Gab. Tanaw na diri CJ. Pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Ang sunod ninyong kuhaon, green nga tray. Okay, very good, Ruth.
Ang akong nakuha, green. Ang iyang color, green.
Very good. Sana po'y reward si Ruth. Unsa ni Ruth?
Star.
Star. Okay, pakpakan na to si Ruth, mga bata. Very good. Sunod. Ang inyong kuhaon, green nga gunting. Okay. Aki. Sana Aki?
Ang akong nakuha, kay gunting. Ang iyang color, green.
Okay, very good. Sana po'y reward si Aki. Unsa gani ni Aki?
Star.
Star. Ipakpakan na to si Aki, mga bata. Okay, very good. Sunod, pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Green nga bola. Abdi Kap and CJ.
Ang ako nakuha, kay bula. Ang iyang color, green.
Very good. Okay, nanapoy. Reward si CJ. Saan ni CJ?
Star.
Star. Pakpakan na to si CJ, mga bata. Yay! Okay, sunod. Pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Pataas. Paubos. Ang inyong kuhaon, green nga toothbrush. Okay, aktikan dyan na. Oy,
Ang akong nakuha, green na toothbrush.
okay, very good. Ito na po yung reward si Jana. Pakpakan na to si Jana, mga bata. Okay, karon. Kinsa may nakadaog sa atong dula?
Si Jana.
Okay, si Jana nga naman.
Dua iyang star.
Okay, very good. So, kadua, nakadaog si Jana kay nakakuha siya duha ka star. Karon mga bata, ang mga butang na atong nakuha,
Green.
ang color? Green! Very good! So, nasabtan na yun mga bata, no? Na ang mga butang na atong nakuha, color? Green! Very good!
Kanindot sa video mga bata, makalingaw kaayo. Mga bata, nailhan na gyud nato kung unsa ang color green o lunhaw. Mga bata, pagtan-aw og mga butang, nga color green o lunhaw nga makita sulod sa inyong balay. Usbo na ko mga bata. Pagtanaw og mga butang nga color green o lunhaw nga makita sulod sa inyong balay. Hikapa, kuhaa ug ipakita kini sa imong mama o papa. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color green o lunhaw mga bata? Kung nakakita na kamo, maayo mga bata! Pangita na pod og laing mga butang nga ang color green o lunhaw. Ug ipakita kini sa inyong ate o kuya. Nakakita na ba kamo mga bata? Kung nakakita na kamo, maayo mga bata! Gipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong mama o papa? Kung inyo nang gipakita, maayo mga bata! Gipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong ate o kuya? Kung inyo nang ipakita, very good! Alang sa dugang pagkaton, kuhaa ang inyong activity sheet para karong adlaw. Para sa unang buluhaton, isulat ang check kung ang mga hulagway adunay color green o lunhaw, ug ikis kung kini dili color green o lunhaw. Akong usbon mga bata, isulat ang check kung ang mga hulagway adunay color green o lunhaw, o ikis kung dili color green o lunhaw. Alang sa dugang buluhaton, kolore o green ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon mga bata, kolore o green ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Hangtod sa sunod higayon, daghang salamat mga bata. Bye-bye!
Edukasyon sa pagpapakatao ang kailangan ng mundo upang matutong pakikipagkapwa-tao, mabuti ang loob at maginoo. Mag-aral na tayo ng ESP, mag-aral na tayo ng ESP.
Maayong adlaw mga bata! Ani-ana usab kita sa atong klase sa kindergarten, dinhi sa telebisyon o sa radyo. Andam na ba kamo nga magkat-on karong adlaw? Ali na, magkat-on na ta! Kahapon, atong nakatunan ang bahin sa color nga yellow o dalag. Karong adlaw, ato na usab nga katunan ang bahin sa color nga green o lunhaw. Mga bata, na ako'y ipakita ninyo. Tanawa. Kini ang sinina. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang sinina. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang sinina. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Anian na usab ako'y ipakita mga bata. Kini ang headband. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang headband. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang headband. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Karon mga bata, naanapod ko'y ipakita ninyo. Kini ang face mask. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang face mask. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Anian na usab ako'y ipakita mga bata. Kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang karsunis. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Aniya usab ako'y lain ipakita mga bata. Kini ang bag. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang bag. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang bag. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Kini usab ang payong. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko mga bata. Kini ang payong. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Usbo na ko sa makausa mga bata. Kini ang payong. Ang iyang color green o lunhaw. Mga bata, inyo nang nakita ang mga butang nga ang color green o lunhaw sama sa sinina, headband, karsunis, face mask, bag o payong. Karon mga bata, naana po ko'y ipakita nga video. Video kini sa mga bata uban si teacher. Ato kining tan-awon o paminawon.
Karon mga bata, magdula ta. Naay mga butang, nagkalain-laing mga butang sa tuwa. Ang inyong buhaton, kuhaa ang mga butang nga akong isulti. Kung kinsa to'y makakuha sa saktong mga butang nga akong isulti, naay star nga ihatag si teacher. Nasabtan mga bata?
Yes, teacher!
Okay, very good. Kung kinsa tong makakuha og daghang star, maoy makadaog sa atong dula. Ready na? Ready na?
Aha, aha!
Okay, hands up. Hands down. Kuhaa ang green nga baso. Okay, very good.
Ang akong nakuha, baso. Ang iyang
Okay. Sana po reward si Jana. Unsa ni Jana?
Star.
Star. Pakpakan na to si Jana mga bata. Yay! Okay, sunod. Okay, pataas ang kamot ko, Rube. Paubos. Kuhaa ang green ngayahong. Okay, very good, Gab.
Ang akong nakuha ay yahong. Ang iyang color green.
Okay, pakpakan na to si Gab. Okay, nalapuliwar si Gab. Unsa ni Gab?
Star.
Star. Gipakpak mga bata. Yay! Sunod. Gilikod na Gab. Tanaw na diri CJ. Pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Ang sunod ninyong kuhaon, green nga tray. Okay, very good, Ruth.
Ang akong nakuha red. Ang iyang color green.
Very good. Sana po, reward si Ruth. Unsa ni Ruth?
Star.
Star. Okay, pakpakan na to si Ruth mga bata. Very good. Sunod. Ang inyong kuhaon, green nga gunting. Okay. Aki. Sana Aki?
Ang akong nakuha kay gunting. Ang iyang color green.
Okay, very good. Sana boy, reward si Aki. Unsa gani ni Aki?
Star.
Star. Ipakpakan na to si Aki mga bata. Okay, very good. Sunod, pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Green nga bola. Abdi Kap and CJ.
Ang ako nakuha kay bula. Ang iyang color green.
Very good. Okay, nanapoy. Reward si CJ. Saan ni CJ?
Star.
Star. Pakpakan na to si CJ mga bata. Yay! Okay, sunod. Pataas ang kamot. Paubos. Pataas. Paubos. Ang inyong kuhaon, green nga toothbrush. Okay, aktikan dyan na. Oy.
Ang akong nakuha green na toothbrush.
Okay, very good. So, na po reward si Jana. Pakpakan na to si Jana mga bata. Okay, karon. Isa may nakadaog sa atong dula.
Si Jana.
Okay, si Jana nga naman.
Dua iyang star.
Okay, very good. So, kadua, nakadaog si Jana kay nakakuha siya duha ka star. Karon mga bata, ang mga butang na atong nakuha,
Green.
ang color green. Very good. So, nasabtan na gyud mga bata, no? Na ang mga butang na atong nakuha, color green. Very good.
Kanindot sa video mga bata, makalingaw kaayo. Mga bata, nailhan na gyud nato kung unsa ang color green o lunhaw. Mga bata, pagtan-aw og mga butang nga color green o lunhaw nga makita sulod sa inyong balay. Usbo na ko mga bata. Pagtan-aw og mga butang nga color green o lunhaw nga makita sulod sa inyong balay. Hikapa, kuhaa ug ipakita kini sa imong mama o papa. Nakakita na ba kamo og mga butang nga color green o lunhaw mga bata? Kung nakakita na kamo, maayo mga bata! Pangita na pod og laing mga butang nga ang color green o lunhaw. Ug ipakita kini sa inyong ate o kuya. Nakakita na ba kamo mga bata? Kung nakakita na kamo, maayo mga bata! Gipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong mama o papa? Kung inyo nang gipakita, maayo mga bata! Gipakita na ba ninyo kini sa inyong ate o kuya? Kung inyo nang gipakita, very good! Alang sa dugang pagkaton, kuhaa ang inyong activity sheet para karong adlaw. Para sa unang buluhaton, isulat ang check kung ang mga hulagway adunay color green o lunhaw. Og ikis kung kini dili color green o lunhaw. Akong usbon mga bata, isulat ang check kung ang mga hulagway adunay color green o lunhaw. O ikis kung dili color green o lunhaw. Alang sa dugang buluhaton, kolore o green ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Akong usbon mga bata, kolore o green ang mga musunod nga hulagway. Ug dinhi natapos ang atong leksyon karong adlaw. Hangtod sa sunod higayon, daghang salamat mga bata. Bye-bye!
Edukasyon sa pagbabakatao
nausab sa malipayong pagkaton. Kagahapon, inyong nakatunan ang color yellow. Karong adlaw, aduna na usab kitay bag-o nga color nga pagatunan. Mao ang color. Sakto ka. Color green. So karong adlaw, magkaton kita og color green. Sige, magsugod na kita. Mga bata, aduna ako'y ipakita sa inyo. Unsa man na inyong nakita? Unsa man na? Sakto ka. Baki. Sa English, frog. Unsa may color sa baki? Correct. Green. So, green nga baki. Very good. Kini. Unsa man ka na? Makita ninyo ni sa ubang balay kay hapit na ang Christmas. Sabitan ka na o mga color-color nga balls o mga lights. Unsa man na? Sakto ka. Christmas tree. Unsa may color sa Christmas tree? Very good. Color green kini nga Christmas tree. Sakto. Green nga Christmas tree. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga Christmas tree. Very good. Karon. Kini. Unsa man ka na? Makita ninyo na sa eskwelahan. O ka na, sulatan na ni teacher. Unsa man ka na? Say tawag na to, anak. Sakto ka. Chalkboard. Unsay color sa chalkboard? Unsa may color sa chalkboard? Very good. Green. So kini, green nga chalkboard. Maayo na kaayo. So karon mga bata, maminaw og tarong kay aduna pa giagam si teacher nga uban pang mga butang nga color green. Sige, sugdan na nato. Mga bata, mao kini ang ubang butang nga color green. Maglingkod kitag tarong ug maminaw ni teacher. Green. Unsa man ka na? Nakakita na ba kamo og ingon ana? Tan-awa ang inyong palibot. Aduna ba'y mga ingon ana? Unsa man ka na? Sakto, dahon. Unsay color sa dahon? Correct. Green. So kana, green nga dahon. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga dahon. Sakto. Kana. Unsa man kana? Correct. Kalo. Unsay color sa kalo? Sakto. Green. So kana, green nga kalo. Ikaw daw, be? Correct. Green nga kalo. Very good. Kana. Unsa man kana? Sakto, buaya. Unsay color sa buaya? Correct. Green. Green
nga buaya. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga buaya. Very good. Kana, nakakita na ba ka mo gingon, ana? Unsa man kana? Sakto, baki. Unsay color sa baki? Very good, green. So, green nga baki. Again, green nga baki. Maayo na kaayo. Kana, unsa man kana? Sakto, Crayola. Unsay color sa Crayola? Green usab. So, green nga Crayola. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga Crayola. Very good! Karong mga bata, aduna ako'y buluhaton nga giandam para kaninyo. Lingini ang mga butang nga color green. Unsay inyong buhaton? Linginan lamang ang mga butang nga color green. Unsa inyong nakita? Sakto, dahon og isda. Asa man ana ang color green? Sakto, ang dahon. Very good. Kana, asa man ana ang color green? Ang bibi ba? Or ang kalo? Sakto, ang kalo. Maayo. Kini, asa man ana ang color green? Ang buaya ba? Or ang balloon? Very good! Ang buaya. Kini, asa may green ana? Ang dolphin? Or ang baki? Wow! Correct! Ang baki. Green ang baki. Kana, asa may green ana? Ang Crayola ba? Or ang bag? Sige daw, be. Lingini daw, be. Asa ana? Sakto! Ang Crayola! Very good! Mao ka na ang mga butang nga color green. Green. Very good, mga bata! Wow! Very good na kaayo! So, karong adlaw, inyong nakatunan ang color green. Mga bata, pangitaan ninyo sa inyong balay ang mga butang nga color green, ha? Dayon, ingnan si mama o si papa. Daghang salamat, mga bata. Ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkaton. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye, bye-bye, goodbye! Goodbye! nga usab sa malipayong pagkaton. Kagahapon, inyong nakatunan ang color yellow. Karong adlaw, aduna na usab kitay bag-o nga color nga pagatunan. Mao ang color. Sakto ka. Color green. So karong adlaw, magkaton kita og color green. Sige, magsugod na kita. Mga bata, aduna ako'y ipakita sa inyo. Unsa man na inyong nakita? Unsa man na? Sakto ka. Baki. Sa English, frog. Unsa may color sa baki? Correct. Green. So, green nga baki. Very good. Kini. Unsa man ka na? Makita ninyo ni sa ubang balay kay hapit na ang Christmas. Sabitan ka na o mga color-color nga balls o mga lights. Unsa man na? Sakto ka. Christmas tree. Unsa may color sa Christmas tree? Very good. Color green kini nga Christmas tree. Sakto. Green nga Christmas tree. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga Christmas tree. Very good. Karon. Kini. Unsa man ka na? Makita ninyo na sa eskwelahan. O ka na, sulatan na ni teacher. Unsa man ka na? Say tawag na to, anak. Sakto ka. Chalkboard. Unsay color sa chalkboard? Unsa may color sa chalkboard? Very good. Green. So kini, green nga chalkboard. Maayo na kaayo. So karon mga bata, maminaw og tarong kay aduna pa giagam si teacher nga uban pang mga butang nga color green. Sige, sugdan na nato.
Mga bata, mao kini ang ubang butang nga color green. Maglingkod kitag tarong ug maminaw ni teacher. Green. Unsa man ka na? Nakakita na ba kamo og ingon ana? Tan-awa ang inyong palibot. Aduna ba'y mga ingon ana? Unsa man ka na? Sakto, dahon. Unsay color sa dahon? Correct, green. So kana, green nga dahon. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga dahon. Sakto. Kana, unsa man kana? Correct. Kalo. Unsay color sa kalo? Sakto. Green. So kana, green nga kalo. Ikaw daw, be? Correct. Green nga kalo. Very good. Kana, unsa man kana? Sakto, buaya. Unsay color sa buaya? Correct, green. Green nga buaya. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga buaya. Very good. Kana. Nakakita na ba ka mo gingon, ana? Unsa man kana? Sakto. Baki. Unsay color sa baki? Very good. Green. So, green nga baki. Again. Green nga baki. Maayo na kaayo. Kana, unsa man kana? Sakto. Crayola. Unsay color sa Crayola? Green usab. So, green nga Crayola. Ikaw daw, be? Green nga Crayola. Very good! Karon mga bata, aduna ako'y buluhaton nga giandam para kaninyo. Lingini ang mga butang nga color green. Unsay inyong buhaton? Linginan lamang ang mga butang nga color green. Unsa inyong nakita? Sakto, dahon og isda. Asa man ana ang color green? Sakto, ang dahon. Very good. Kana. Asa man ana ang color green? Ang bibi ba? Or ang kalo? Sakto, ang kalo. Maayo. Kini, asa man ana ang color green? Ang buaya ba? Or ang balloon? Very good! Ang buaya. Kini. Asa may green ana? Ang dolphin? Or ang baki? Wow! Correct! Ang baki. Green ang baki. Kana, asa may green ana? Ang Crayola ba? Or ang bag? Sige daw, be. Lingini daw, be. Asa ana? Sakto! Ang Crayola! Very good! Mao ka na ang mga butang nga color green. Green. Very good, mga bata. Wow! Very good na kaayo. So karong adlaw, inyong nakatunan ang color green. Mga bata, pangitaan ninyo sa inyong balay ang mga butang nga color green, ha? Dayon, ingna si mama o si papa. Daghang salamat mga bata. Ug magkita-kita na usab kita sa sunod sa malipayong pagkaton. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Goodbye! Bye-bye, bye-bye, goodbye. Goodbye!
sad, the tears are in your eyes. Come on and come to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through, 'cause I've seen the dark side too. When the night falls on you, you don't know what to do. Nothing you confess can make me love you less. I'll stand by you, I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. So if you're mad, get mad. Don't hold it all inside. Come on and talk to me now. Hey, what you got to hide? I get angry too. Well, I'm a lot like you. When you're standing at the crossroads, don't know which path to choose, let me come along. 'Cause even if you're wrong, I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. And when the night falls on you, baby, you're feeling all alone. You won't be on your own. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you. Take me into your darkest hour, and I'll never desert you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Tita! Ano po?
Ang bait niyo naman. Ano ba yung pinagkakabalahan ninyong dalawa dyan?
Tita, naghahanda po kami ng babaunin ni na mama at ang kanyang mga katrabaho. Malayo po kasi yung biyahe nila para sa seminar. Kaya, tumulong na lang kami ni Coco para maghanda sa kanilang kakainin sa daan.
Ganun ba? Ano namang gagawin ninyo sa mga dahon ng niyog na to?
Ito po. Marami po tayo dito sa likod ng bahay. Kaya, gagawa na lang kami ng puso. Kasi, bukod sa matagal itong mapanis, masarap pang kainin.
Talaga? Ang sisipag Manang-mana kayo sa nanay ninyo. Mahilig din siyang gumawa niyan.
Tinuruan po kasi kami ni Mama sa paggawa nito, Tita. Di ba, Kuya?
Tama.
Ay, ganun ba? Ang bait naman ng mga batang to. Dinaig niyo pa yung diskarte ko. Sige nga, turuan niyo nga ako.
Simple lang po ito, Tita. Tatanggalin lang po natin ang tingting sa dahon ng niyog. Tapos po, sundin na lang natin ang pagkasunod-sunod ng pagkahabi para makabuo tayo base sa gusto nating hugis. Tapos, lagyan na lang natin ito ng bigas at pakuluan para maluto.
Wow! Masyadong ginalingan, ha? O ayan, dyan muna kayong dalawa kasi pupuntahan ko muna yung nanay ninyo.
Okay po. Sige po, Tita.
Bye!
Sige po. Bye-bye.
Oh, hi, Tito! Oh, Tito, ba't ang dami niyong hugasin?
Uy, Hope! Andyan ka pala! Nagluto ako ng lechiplan. Paborito kasi yun ng mga kapatid mo. Kagaya nito, nilinis ko mga kagamitan na ginamit ko, kagaya ng sandok, steamer, at iba pa.
Ganun ba, Tito? Patikim naman.
O sige, tamang-tama, napalamig ko na sa ref. Tawagin mo na sila na makakain tayo.
Okay, sige, Tito. Tatawagin ko na sila.
Ate Yole, may tanong ko lang. Bakit nga ba nahilig ka sa puso? Dati sa tuwing may lakad tayo, nahiligan mo namang magbaon.
At ikaw naman, Heart, ang tagakain ng baon ko.
Totoo yan. Ang takaw mo talaga ng mga bata pa tayo, Heart.
Kuya naman, wala namang laglagan. Ikaw kaya yung matakaw.
Hay nako, pareho kayong matatakaw. Dun sa tanong mo, Heart, kung bakit nakahiligan ko yung puso, bukod naman sa masarap talaga ang puso, alam niyo bang dalawa, na sa simpleng pagkain ng puso ay nakatutulong tayo sa pangangalaga ng ating kalikasan?
Ganun po ba, ate?
Ha? Paano nangyari yun? Isipin nyo na lang, sa dinami-rami ng mga taong gumagamit ng plastic araw-araw, ay dumarami rin ang produksyon ng basurang itinatapon natin kung saan-saan.
Parang naiintindihan ko na, ate. Sa halip na gumamit tayo ng plastic para pambalot ng kanin, ay gumamit na lang tayo ng dahon ng niyog. Bukod na makakatipid pa tayo, makakatulong pa ito sa pagkontrol ng pagdami ng basura.
Nakuha mo ang punto ko, Oliver. Kapag hindi na pamahalaan ng maayos ang pagdami ng basura, magdudulot ito ng kontaminasyon sa lupa, sa tubig at sa hangin. Kaya kayong dalawa, tulad ng iba,
maging responsable rin sana kayo sa pangangalaga ng ating kapaligiran para sa ikabubuti ng lahat.
Opo naman ate. Ikaw kaya nagturo sa amin yan.
Ay, maiba ako, Heart. Kumusta na nga pala yung ina-applyan mong trabaho? Natanggap ka ba?
Nag-aantay pa nga ako ng tawag ate. Di ko nga alam kung tatawagan pa ba ako nun.
Naalala ko, di ba mahilig kang magbenta ng kung ano-ano? Kaya nga business ang kursong natapos mo eh.
Ay sinabi mo pa ate. Gusto ko talagang magnegosyo, kaso nga lang, wala akong puhunan.
Tamang-tama! Mabuti pa sumama ka na lang sa akin kasi alam mo, yung seminar na dadaluhan ko bukas, nako, tungkol yun sa pagnenegosyo.
Talaga ate? Sige, sasama ako. Gusto ko kasing madaragdagan pa yung kaalaman ko sa pagnenegosyo.
O siya, magbihis ka na. Ako nang tatapos nito at maaga pa tayo bukas.
Okay ate, sige, thank you.
Oh, Claire!
Hello, ma'am?
Nasaan na kayo? Mahuhuli tayo. Halina kayo.
Pasensya na po. Na-flat tire po kami. Pero naayos na po. Papunta na po kami dyan.
Sige. Mag-iingat kayo. Ay, mabuti naman at nandito na kayong dalawa.
Ay, sorry ma'am. Bigla ko kasing na-flat ang gulong ng motor ko. Kapag tataka nga kasi kabibili ko pa lang doon.
Bakit kaya na-flat yung gulong mo? Kabibili mo lang pala. Baka natusok ng bubog sa daan.
Yan nga po ma'am pina-check namin. Nadiskubrihan namin na may tusok pala ng pako. Kaya yun.
Totoo yun, ma'am. Buti na lang at may nadaanan kaming bukas na vulcanizing shop. Kaya, naayos din agad.
Siya. Umalis na tayo at hindi tayo mahuli.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. How may I help you? Excuse us, sir. Pwede po bang magpa-register muna kami bago mag-attendance? Medyo marami pa po kasi ang nakapila sa registration booth eh.
Okay lang po, ma'am. No problem po. Kahit ano po yung mauna ay okay lang. After having your registration, isunod nyo na lang po ang pag-fill out ng attendance sheet pag hindi na po masyadong busy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with pleasure and privilege to introduce today our speaker who is going to talk to us about how she made it to the top 10 most successful entrepreneurs in the country. This is an interesting topic since the road to financial freedom
is narrow. Our speaker is the youngest award-winning businesswoman who is also a professional accountant specializing in personal finances and taxation for over 10 years and has guided the financial affairs of some of this country's best-known entrepreneurs and executives. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Miss Cynthia Shao.
We all had dreamed for something that made us excited and motivated. According to Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single footstep. All successful businessmen had experienced failure before they enjoyed the peak of success. Major twists in my life did not occur overnight. They happened gradually. The same applies in the world of business. It is said that great entrepreneurs who had started with humble beginnings believed in the beauty of their dreams and strove to perform better and decided to make a decision that transformed their lives and that of others. The path I took was never easy. It was a road less traveled by, but what had kept me going, that one day, everything will make perfect sense.
This time, let's proceed to our open forum to be initiated by our facilitator, Mr. Jonas De Vera.
Sa pagkakataong ito ay inaanyayahan ang lahat ng mga participants na magtanong o magbahagi ng kanilang ideya. Yes, Ma'am Rhoda.
Magandang araw po sa lahat. Isa po sa mga suliranin ko ay ang pagbaba ng aking kita sa negosyo ko RTW. Matubay po ang benta ko dahil sa pagsulpot ng maraming kakompetensya. Ano po ba ang maaari kong gawin?
Ang maipapayo ko sa iyo ay sikapin mong makahanap ng supplier kung saan makakakuha ka ng mas mura subalit di kalidad na produkto na hinahanap ng iyong mamimili. Alamin mo rin ang mga presyo ng iyong binibenta sa ibang tindahan para may basihan ka kung kailan ka magtataas o magbababa ng presyo. Kapag ginawa mo ito, tiyak na may bibili sa tindahan mo dahil hindi nalalayo ang presyo ng mga produkto mo sa ibang tindahan at bukod pa dun, maganda at sulit sa bulsa.
Yes po, Ma'am Karina.
Good day po sa lahat. Kung halimbawa po, kung ang inyong negosyo ay nasasapawan na ng inyong kakompetensya, ay mag-isip po kayo ng paraan na mapagsamasa. Like, for example, sa aking negosyo, sa aking experience. So, may libre, mainit, at masarap na sabaw po kami na inihahain sa mga customers. Kaya yun po ang aking experience kapag may kompetensya na po kayo. Thank you po.
Salamat din po, Ma'am Karina. Napakaganda ng ating talakayan ngayong araw. Sino pa po ba ang may mga katanungan?
Thank you, ate. Kasi sinama mo ako dito. Ayun tuloy, ang dami kong natututunan. Alam mo naman, Heart, kung paano sa'yo, gagawin niya ate ang lahat. Thank you, ate. Kaya nga, love na love kita eh. Pakap naman siya.
Communication is one of the most significant tools that enables us to connect with people. There are no issues or problems that cannot be fixed if people observed and practiced healthy communication. This is the reason why we must know how to communicate well.
Good day, grade 7 learners! Welcome to another episode where learning English is made easy and fun. I know that you want to improve your communication skills, so this time we will be learning about the past tense and past perfect tense of the verb.
To help you with your task later on, let these definitions serve as your guide. Past tense is a verb tense describing events that have already happened and are completely finished. On the other hand, past perfect tense is a verb tense used to talk about actions that were completed before some point in the past.
Now, please watch this particular scene of the episode Pusong Pinoy and be observant with the past tense and past perfect tense of the verb used by the speaker in delivering an inspirational message.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with pleasure and privilege to introduce today our speaker who is going to talk to us about how she made it to the top 10 most successful entrepreneurs in the country. This is an interesting topic since the road to financial freedom is narrow. Our speaker is the youngest award-winning businesswoman who is also a professional accountant specializing in personal finances and taxation for over 10 years and has guided the financial affairs of some of this country's best-known entrepreneurs and executives. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Miss Cynthia Shao.
We all had dreamed for something that made us excited and motivated. According to Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single footstep. All successful businessmen had experienced failure before they enjoyed the peak of success. Major twists in my life did not occur overnight. They happened gradually. The same applies in the world of business. It is said that great entrepreneurs who had started with humble beginnings believed in the beauty of their dreams and strove to perform better and decided to make a decision that transformed their lives and that of others. The path I took was never easy. It was a road less traveled by. But what had kept me going, that one day, everything will make perfect sense.
Now, can you try identifying the past tense and past perfect tense of verbs used by the speaker in her speech? I'm sure you can identify some, if not all. Let us see if these verbs are included in your lists. The verbs are made, enjoyed, happened, said, believed, strove, decided, transformed, took, had dreamed, had experienced, had kept, had started. Were you able to get them all? If not, don't worry. We will be learning these two tenses of the verbs thoroughly. Let us group the verbs we identified a while ago into two: past tense and past perfect tense. For the past tense column, the verbs are made, enjoyed, happened, said, believed, strove, decided, transformed, took. For the past perfect tense column, The verbs are had dreamed, had experienced, had kept, had started. Based on the table, how do we form the past tense and past perfect tense of the verb? Let us first analyze and discuss the past tense of the verb in the first column. Among the 9 verbs in the first column that we lifted from the inspirational talk that you have heard a while ago, 5 of which are regular verbs, and 4 are irregular verbs. Can you identify the 5 regular verbs? Here's the definition to help you out. Regular verbs are verbs which form their simple past tense or past participle by simply adding d or ed. Irregular verbs are verbs which do not form their simple past tense or past participle by adding d or ed. Now, can you identify the 5 regular verbs? Wow! You've got them all. These are enjoyed, happened, believed, decided, and transformed. So, the remaining 4 verbs are irregular. They are made, said, strove, and took.
This time, let us familiarize how the past perfect tense of the verbs are formed by looking at the second column. What have you observed? Yes, they are formed by an auxiliary verb had plus a past participle. In English, had plus a past participle makes up a verb phrase. Let us read the 4 given examples still lifted from the episode you watched a while ago. These are had dreamed, had experienced, had kept, and had started. After defining and learning how simple past and past perfect tenses are formed, let us proceed with analyzing when can we use these tenses by properly examining 2 sentences still taken from the episode.
All successful businessmen had experienced failure before they enjoyed the peak of success.
In the sentence, have you noticed there are 2 specific actions that were conveyed? Yes, you are right. The first one is expressed in the clause, all successful businessmen had experienced failure, while the other one is expressed in the prepositional phrase before they enjoyed the peak of success. Now, which do you think between the 2 actions happened before the other? Amazing! That is precisely the answer. It is expressed in the verb phrase had experienced. Can you now identify the past perfect tense reflected in the sentence? Hooray! You made it! One of the uses of the past perfect tenses is to show that an action happened before something else in the past. Based on the sentence, it can be understood that successful businessmen failed first before enjoying the peak of success. There are still other uses of the past perfect tenses such as the following. To show that an action happened before a specific time in the past. To express reported speech. To show dissatisfaction with the past. And to use with the word just.
Notice that although both past and past perfect tenses expressed, finished, or completed actions or events, there is an important difference between them. The past perfect tense is always paired with past tense.
Meanwhile, past tense is used to show that a completed action took place at a specific time in the past. The simple past tense is also used to talk about past habits and generalizations. Let us lift again another sentence from the episode.
The path I took was never easy. It was a road less traveled by.
What is the past tense of the verb in the given sentence? Yes, it is took. Now, can you identify its function in the sentence? True. It is used to talk about something that happened once in the past.
Some other uses are to show that something had happened several times in the past. Next, to demonstrate that something was true sometime in the past. And to go with the expressions ago.
All right. Now that you already know the past and the past perfect tense of the verbs, you should be confident to communicate using both verbs. If you still need more assistance, let's have more examples.
The teacher had called before the parents got the modules. In here, we have two completed actions in the past. Had called and got. One of which happened before the other. That's why we have the past and past perfect tense of the verb. In order to better understand the past perfect tense of the verb, you can use time expressions to emphasize the completed action. Some examples are already, yet, for, since, just, after, before, and until. In that sentence, the time expression used is before.
Second example, students wish they had passed the answered worksheets on time. In the given sentence, the past perfect tense is used to show dissatisfaction. If we are to analyze the sentence, sprang from the students' realization that passing the worksheet late may have brought them negative consequences.
Now that you have already learned the past and past perfect tense of the verb, you can now communicate confidently.
Since practice can make all the difference in learning, please be determined in answering your activity sheet. Kindly get it and read the directions in each given activity. Activity 1. Directions. Write the simple past of the following irregular verbs. Write your answer on the blank after each word. First, buy. Second, run. Third, find. Fourth, speak. And fifth, wear.
Activity number 2. Directions. Complete the following sentences by giving the correct past perfect tense of the verb inside the parentheses. Number 1. My brother ate the cake that mother baked. Number 2. I could not remember the poem we recite. Number 3. The children collected the chestnuts that fall from the tree. Number 4. She ride the horse before that day. And number 5. He drive the car fast when his mother called him.
Activity 3. Directions. Use the past and past perfect tense of the verb in writing a sample explanation letter addressing to a specific concern by choosing any of the following situations. Number 1. You need an assistance from your subject teacher about the self-learning material. Number 2. Your parent or guardian could not claim your self-learning material. And number 3. You are bothered answering the self-learning material due to noise and other disturbances at home.
Be guided with the given rubric. Criteria. Correct usage of either or both past tense and past perfect tenses. 4. Correctly observed in all 5 sentences. 3 points. Correctly observed in 3 to 4 sentences. 2 points. Correctly observed in 1 to 2 sentences. And 1 point not observed at all. Second criteria, mechanics of writing. 4 points, Rules and capitalization, spelling, and neatness are properly observed in all 5 sentences. 3 points for rules and capitalization, spelling, and neatness are properly observed in all 3 to 4 sentences. 2 points if rules and capitalization, spelling, and neatness are properly observed in 1 to 2 sentences. And 1 point if any rules and capitalization, spelling, and neatness is not observed at all.
Dear learners, we are sure that you can do anything you set your mind doing.
There is no doubt in that. Just like the past and past perfect tenses, which are trying to teach us that unless we learn from the past, history will keep on repeating itself. Hence, may we have the courage to start being who we are and stop being who we were.
God bless you, grade 7 students. Continue to love, care, and share. See you again, learners, for our next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, grade 7 learners. I am Teacher James. I am Teacher Jean. And welcome to another episode of Ang TANGKUB, a TV-based instruction. This time, we will facilitate your learning in TLE Cookery Exploratory course based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Oh, Tito, ba't ang dami niyong hugasin?
Uy, Hope! Andyan ka pala! Nagluto ako ng lechiplan. Paborito kasi yun ng mga kapatid mo. Kagaya nito, nilinis ko mga gagamitan na ginamit ko, kagaya ng sandok, steamer, at iba pa.
Ganun ba, Tito? Patikim naman.
O sige, tamang-tama, napalamig ko na sa ref. Tawagin mo na sila na makakain na tayo.
Okay, sige, Tito. Tatawagin ko na sila.
Based on the video clip, what kitchen tools and equipment did Oliver use in making leche flan? You're right. Oliver used a casserole, a steamer, and a refrigerator in making his leche flan. In cooking, it is a must for us to know and be familiar with the different kitchen tools and equipment, their uses and care. The job of cooking requires specific tools and equipment for proper and efficient food preparation.
Today, let us talk about cooking materials, kitchen tools, and kitchen equipment. So, what do you mean by kitchen tools and kitchen equipment? Kitchen tools are a small handheld tools used for food preparation, while kitchen equipment refer to the larger item in the kitchen. The tools, utensils, and equipment are made of different materials, each having certain advantages and disadvantages. The following list are materials of kitchen utensils and equipment commonly found in the kitchen. Here are the examples of cooking materials and its uses or functions. Number 1, food steamer or steam cooker. It is a small kitchen appliance used to cook or prepare various foods with steam heat. Number 2, Teflon. It is a special coating applied inside aluminum or steel pots and pans. Number 3, pressure cooker. It is an airtight cooking device that cooks food quickly. Number 4, wok. It is used in a range of Chinese cooking techniques, including stir-frying, steaming, pan-frying, deep-frying, poaching, boiling, braising, and stewing. Number 5, fry pan or skillet. It is a flat-bottom pan used for frying, searing, and browning foods. Number 6, kettle. It is a metal vessel with a flat bottom used to heat water on a stove top or hob. Number 7, double boiler. It is used when temperature must be kept below boiling, such as for egg sauces, puddings, and to keep food warm without overcooking. Do you understand? Very good. Now, let us proceed to the kitchen tools together with its uses or functions. Number 1. Can opener. It is used to open food containers. Number 2. Strainer. It is used to strain or sieve dry ingredients. Number 3. Cutting boards or chopping board, or wooden or plastic board where meat, fruits, and vegetables are cut. Number 4. Funnels are used to fill jars made of various sizes of stainless steel, aluminum, or plastic. Number 5. Graters or shredder are used to grate, shred, slice, and separate vegetables. Number 6. It is used for all types of kitchen tasks such as peeling, slicing, carving, and cutting. Number 7. Vegetable peeler. It is used to scrape vegetables such as carrots and potatoes. Number 8. Potato masher. It is used for mashing cooked potatoes, turnips, carrots, or other soup-cooked vegetables. Number 9. Rubber scraper. It is a rubber or silicone tool used to blend or scrape the food from the bowl. Number 10. Serving spoons. It is small, shallow bowl on a handle used in preparing, serving, or eating food. Number 11. Serving tongs. It is used to grab and transfer food items, poultry, or meat to a serving platter, hot deep fryer, and plate. Number 12. Spatula. It is used to level up ingredients when measuring and to spread frostings and sandwich fillings. Number 13. Spoons are solid, slatted, which are made of stainless steel or plastic. Number 14. Plate, a broad but mainly flat vessel on which food can be served. Number 15. Wire whisk or whisk are used for blending, mixing, whipping eggs or butter. Number 16. Wooden spoon. It is made of hardwood which are used for creaming, stirring, and mixing. Number 17. Strainer. It is used to strain or sieve dry ingredients. Now, let us proceed to the measuring tools. There are 4 examples of measuring tools. They are the following. Number 1. Measuring glass. It is made of transparent glass or plastic used for measuring ingredients. Number 2. Graduated cup are made of stainless or plastics with measurements 1, 3/4, 2/3, 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/8 marked on each side. Number 3. Measuring spoons. It consists of a set of spoons with different sizes for measuring small quantities of ingredients. The last but not the least, number 4, household scales are used to weigh large quantity of ingredients in kilos, commonly in rice, flour, sugar, or vegetables. The last one, we have kitchen equipment and its uses or functions. Number 1, refrigerators or freezers. It is necessary in preventing bacterial infections from foods. Number 2, microwave oven are used for cooking or heating food. Number 3, oven, a chamber or compartment used for cooking, baking, heating, or drying. Number 4, rice cooker or rice steamer. It is an automated kitchen appliance designed to boil or steam rice. Number 5. Blenders or blender machine are used to chop, blend, mix, whip, puree, grate, and liquefy all kinds of food. Always remember, it is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. This time, please get your activity sheets in Cookery Exploratory course and answer the given questions. In your activity, you have to read and follow the direction given for you to the said activity. That's all for today, learners. Thank you for listening. God bless and happy learning!
Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina,
Thanks God, Sabado na. So, walang pasok. Ano kayang lulutuin ni Mama para maibenta namin ngayong araw? Ma, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
Ito anak, gumagawa ako ng costing ng mga ingredients sa paggawa ng pineapple pie na ipapares natin sa ating ice candy.
Talaga, Ma? Hindi pa tayo nagsasayang ng oras sa paggawa ng costing? Pwede naman tayong bumili agad-agad ng mga ingredients. Total, alam mo naman, Ma, kung ano-anong mga ito.
Anak, ika nga sa mga matatanda, pag may tiyaga, may nilaga. Kailangan mo bigyan ng oras ang costing para mag-calculate natin kung ilang porsyento ang ipapatong natin sa presyo sa bawat slice ng pineapple pie.
Wow, galing mo talaga, Ma! Ay, bugtong ako dyan.
Ano?
Anong prutas ang maraming mata na hindi nakakakita?
Ano kaya yun? Hindi nakikita.
Ako! May sagot ako dyan. Queen, wala na bang mas mahirap na bugtong? Napakadali naman. Pinya! Pinya ang sagot doon.
Ikaw na magaling.
Hay naku mga anak, bilang isang ilaw ng tahanan, hindi ko nagustuhan yung mga inaasal ninyo. Ang magkakapatid ay dapat nagtutulungan, hindi nag-aalitan. Nagkakaintindihan na tayo.
Opo, Ma.
Kaya matibay ang walis, palibhasay, nabibigkis. Siya. Maligo na kayo. Dahil pagkatapos nito ay pupunta na tayo sa palengke. Okay?
Opo, Ma.
Naku! Nahihirapan si Ate Sally na itulak ang kanyang box.
Oo nga, Beng.
Halika, Queen! Tulungan natin siya!
Tara!
Tulungan yung mga anak. Dahan-dahan mga anak!
Maraming salamat, Bing at Queen. Hindi talaga nagkamali si Maring Sita sa papapalaki sa inyo. Maraming salamat, Maring Sally. Palagi kong pinapaalala sa kanila ang kalagahan ng pagtulong sa kapwa. Sige, Mare, pupunta muna kami sa palengke. Sige, Mare, ingat kayo ha. Bye!
O ano bang niluluto niyo dyan?
Tinutulungan po namin si Mama mag-bake ng pineapple pie pa.
Tama yan ang ginagawa niyo mga anak. Maswerte na kayo sa makabagong panahon kasi oven na ang ginagamit sa pagbibake. Ma'am, natatandaan mo pa ba nung kabataan natin na naghahanap tayo ng mga panggatong upang magamit sa pagluluto?
Tama ka. Oo nga mga anak, noong unang panahon, apoy lang yung ginagamit namin sa pagbibake.
Dahil sa pagkadiskubre ng konsepto ng apoy, mayroon na tayong makabagong gamit tulad ng oven.
Alam niyo ba, mga anak, na ang kagamitang prehistoriko ay gawa pa sa mga bato at metal.
Ang gagaling naman talaga ng ating mga ninuno. Hindi lang masisipag, matatalino pa. Ma.
O ayan mga anak, luto na ang ating pineapple pie.
Wow! Naku, kaya pala lumapit si Papa dahil titikim din siya sa pineapple pie.
Kasama na rin yan sa paglapit ko dito.
Hatiin muna natin mga anak ang pineapple pie. Sige mga anak, dahan-dahan lang ang pagkuha dahil mainit pa ito. Mainit.
Siguradong masarap to. Ang sarap.
Wow, ma! Ang sarap ng pineapple pie! Sigurado ako, ma, na magiging patok ito dito sa atin.
Salamat mga anak. Para sa inyong pag-aaral, ang magiging kita natin dito.
Sa 8 slices na ginawa ni Mama, 4 na slices ang nakain natin. So, ibig sabihin, may 4 na slices pa ang natira. O, kalahati ng buong pineapple pie.
Tamang-tama! May tag-iisa pang tayo!
O, Bing-Bing at Quing-Quing, maghanda na kayo kasi maglalako pa kayo para sa ating mga paninda.
Opo, ma! Sarap!
Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Mga suki! Ice candy! Ice candy! Pineapple pie! Thank you! Thank you po! Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Made with love! Doon tayo! Maraming tao! Sige! Pineapple apple pie!
Marga, pakiturn na ng TV. I feel so bored in this house.
You don't know, Cassie, mas magandang mag-watch ng TV pag may pagkain.
Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Mga suki! Ice candy! Pineapple apple pie! Made with love!
Tamang-tama, Marga! May naglalako ng pagkain, lalabas muna ako bibili. Sige. Ate! Pabili po! How much po is the ice candy and the pineapple pie?
5 po ang ice candy at 5 din ang kada piraso ng pineapple pie.
Okay, so 2 pieces of ice candy at saka 2 pieces of pineapple pie.
Ito po, pineapple pie.
Ice candy!
Yay! Ito po.
Thank you!
Thank you po sa pagbili, ma'am.
You're welcome! Thank you din! Bye-bye!
Bye!
Halika na, Cassie! May bagong palabas ang Dali TV!
Hello, dear viewers! Today's episode is very special for we have 2 popular guests who will grace us with a song number featuring the famous folk songs of their respective countries. To sing to us the famous Malaysian folk song Rasa Sayang, please help me welcome Nur Razam. Folk song Burung Kakatuwa. Please help me welcome Azram Rahman.
Burung kakatuwa hinggap di jendela. Nenek sudah tua, giginya tinggal 2. Lecum, 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 hulala. Lecum, 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 hulala. Lecum, 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 hulala. Burung kakatuwa.
Ang gagaling naman nilang umawit, Marga! Switch muna tayo ng channel!
Barangay, Southeast Asia. Two of the most famous Indonesian and Malaysian singer-songwriters have paid tribute to their hometown by singing traditional folk songs for children in their respective countries.
Look, Cassie! Trendy pala itong variety na nakita natin kanina. Pati sa news, ito yung laman. Oo nga, no? Ma! Oo nga na! Kamusta ang renta? Ubus lahat ang paninda namin, ma!
Wow, ang galing! Dahil dyan, meron na kayong baon para bukas!
Yay!
Wow, ma! Salamat! Sa susunod na weekend na naman kami maglalako.
Okay!
Grade 8 learners. How are you coping with studying at home and viewing instructional materials? We hope that you are in good shape and are doing just fine. In this time and age where everything is available with just one click, there are skills that you need to develop as learners. One of which is your viewing skill that involves your evaluative ability to compare and contrast the presentation of the same topic in a different viewing genre.
Today, you will be learning the skill in comparing and contrasting a presentation of the same topic in different viewing genre. Since viewing is one of the skills that you have to develop while studying at home through this instruction, this topic will surely help you to become critical in extracting essential information. Now, let us learn the following terminologies that will facilitate your understanding of this lesson later on.
Comparing is when we are identifying the similarities between two things, while contrasting is identifying the differences between two things. Moreover, comparing and contrasting are defined as skills used to examine two objects, ideas, or situations to discover likeness or differences, while genre is a category of literature identified by form, content, and style. Genres allow literary critics and students to classify compositions within the larger canon of literature. Some of the common genres of viewing are the following: animated. These are the cartoons we see on TV. Their themes vary as well as the target age group. Some are for toddlers and kids, while some are for teenagers. Children. These shows are for children and are almost always educational. They may or may not be animated. Comedy. These shows are meant to entertain viewers through the use of jokes and pranks. Drama. These shows are highly emotional and the story always had sad parts, like conflict in families, betrayals, etc. However, not all endings are sad. Usually, the protagonist prevails in the end. Educational. These shows are highly informational and can be intended for children, teenagers, or adults. A lot of these shows are in documentary format, with each episode focusing on a certain person or theme. Some use demonstrations, such as shows that teach people how to make art. Fantasy. These shows use unrealistic characters and plots, usually including magic and supernatural creatures. They may not be animated with a lot of visual effects. Horror. These shows are intended to scare audience, usually by employing supernatural beings like ghosts. In the case of the Philippines, supernatural beings like Kape, manananggal, and aswang are also used. News. These shows are used to inform the public about the latest updates in the world, country, and the community. Variety show. These shows include games and song and dance performances and other segments.
This time, let us watch the segment of the episode, Pinya, Pamilya, and please be a keen observant in order to answer questions later on.
Halika na, Cassie! May bagong palabas ang Dali TV!
Hello, dear viewers! Today's episode is very special for we have two popular guests who will grace us with a song number featuring the famous folk songs of their respective countries. To sing to us the famous Malaysian folk song Rasa Sayang, please help me welcome Noor Razam. Next, to sing to us the famous Indonesian folk song Burung Kakatua, please help me welcome Azram Rahman.
Burung kakatua hinggap di jendela. Nenek sudah tua, giginya tinggal dua. Lecum, 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 hulala. Lecum, 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 hulala. Lecum, 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 hulala. Burung kakatua.
Ang gagaling naman nilang umawit, Marga! Switch muna tayo ng channel!
What kind of show did Marga and Cassie watch in the segment? That's right! They watched a variety show. Since you have witnessed some song and dance performances. Now, if you could still remember the episode, Marga and Cassie switched the channel. This brings us to another type of viewing genre. Let's watch that episode. Good day world! Good day Southeast Asia! Two of the most famous Indonesian and Malaysian singer-songwriters have paid tribute to their hometown by singing traditional folk songs for children in their respective countries.
Look, Cassie! Trendy pala itong variety show na nakita natin kanina. Pati sa news, ito yung laman. Oo nga, no?
Can you now identify what kind of viewing genre was shown a while ago? That's right. It's a news or news report. Can you compare the content of both viewing genres? The variety show and the news? Exactly. Both of them presented the same content. They both feature the famous folk songs of Indonesia and Malaysia, which are Burung Kakatua and Rasa Sayang, respectively.
After comparing the two different genres, let us do some contrasting. The host in the variety show featured the famous folk song through song numbers from two of the most famous singer-songwriters. On the other hand, the news reporter just mentioned the famous singer-songwriters who sang the traditional folk songs for children in their respective countries. Notice that although both have the same content, the manner by which the content is delivered varies. News reports are usually presented in a quick and straightforward manner, while variety shows, also known as variety arts or variety entertainment, are usually presented in a creative manner which includes musical performances, comedy skits,
acrobats, and the like.
Between the two programs showed in the episode, a variety show and a news report, which of the two do you prefer watching? I'm sure you have made your personal choice. Some of you chose the variety show because it showcased folk songs for children, and some preferred the news because of its specific characteristics such as straightforwardness and conciseness. Surely, busy people would prefer watching this viewing genre above all the other.
Now, you might be wondering what is the purpose of comparing and contrasting the same topic from a different viewing genre. First, we must understand that stories come in all shapes and sizes. For instance, there are stories that tell about ghosts and supernatural beings, detective and investigative accounts like solving mysteries or murder cases, science fiction, or romantic stories making people believe in true love, and many more. We must understand that a certain story told in a different viewing genre carry within them specific characteristics that will change the tone and the mood of the narrative. The feeling that will evoke from a certain literary piece, for example, is dependent on the form they have taken. Hence, there are identifiable characteristics that separate one from the other. Genre helps set viewers' expectation and figure out specific tendency of acting, responding, and interacting. So, if readers are aware of what has been given to them, a horror story, for example, they will have some predictable expectations about the content, organization, style, and even the designs of texts. For readers, genres help organize information so that they can easily make sense of what they're about to read. This time, let us try comparing and contrasting an excerpt of Ramayana, the second longest epic in the world in different genre. One is in poetry form, while the other one is a narrative. When the fair light of morning rose, the princely tamers of their foes followed his morning worship over the hermit and the river's shore. The high-souled men with thoughtful care a pretty barge had stationed there. All cried, O Lord, this barge ascend, and with thy princely followers bend to yonder side thy prosperous way, with naught to check thee or delay. Nor did the saint their reed reject. He bade farewell with due respect, and crossed, attended by the twain, that river rushing to the main. When now the bark was halfway over, Rama and Lakshman heard the roar. Dasharatha is the king of Ayodhya, and his 3 wives and 4 sons Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, and Shatrugana. Rama is the ideal and perfect son and grows up with his brothers. When he comes of age, he marries Sita, the princess of a nearby kingdom. However, Bharata's mother is Kakeyi, who resents Rama being the crown prince. She calls up a debt that Dasaratha owes her and asks for Rama to be exiled for 14 years and her son Bharata be made crown prince instead. The devastated Dasaratha has no choice, and Rama prepares to leave for exile. Sita and Lakshmana will not leave his side, however, and follow him into the forests. While in the forest, Supernaka, a female Rakshasi, demoness, becomes an aim-word of Rama and is wounded by Lakshmana while trying to kill Sita. She flees to her nearby Kara and asks him to avenge her. However, Kara and his army are defeated by Rama and Lakshmana, and only one member of their entire army survives. This lone soldier flees to the island kingdom of Lanka and begs Supernaka's brother, the mighty king Ravana, to avenge them. Ravana has heard of Sita's beauty and decides to abduct her. Using trickery and magic, he manages to lure Rama and Lakshmana away from Sita and kidnaps her, taking her away to Lanka. Rama and Lakshmana travel far and wide, searching for Sita, but to no avail. Finally, they come upon a band of Vanaras or monkey men who pledge to help them. One of the mighty warriors of the might warriors of the Vanaras, Hanuman, becomes Rama's staunch devotee. The Vanaras seek out traces of Sita and find she has been taken to Lanka. Hanuman flies to Lanka and confirms she is imprisoned there. He contacts Sita and informs her of Rama's whereabouts, promising that they will be back to rescue her. Before returning to the mainland, Hanuman sets fire to the whole city of Lanka. Rama, Lakshmana, and the Vanar army build a causeway from the tip of India to Lanka. They travel to Lanka where an epic battle follows between the armies. Ravana is finally killed by Rama and Sita is freed. They return to Ayodhya where Bharata returns the crown to Rama.
Let us now compare the epic Ramayana in poetry versus its short story counterpart. Both tells the same story and both uses literary devices. Both also have point of view or angle of narration. Moreover, they convey the same mood and tone. However, there are also some distinct differences between the two. Looking at how the poem and short story appears in printed text, I am talking about their form. The poem is made up of verse and stanzas, while the short story is written in paragraph form. The literary devices used in poetry includes rhymes and meter, while the short story uses plot, characterization, and the like. As to the use of language, the poem is figurative and rhythmical, while the short story is highly grammatical and conversational. To help you visualize more clearly their similarities and differences, take a look at this Venn diagram. Poetry versus short story. Their differences. Poetry is in verse form or stanza form. It applies rhymes, rhythm, and meter as literary devices. It uses figurative and rhythmical language. On the other hand, short story is in paragraph form. It applies plot and characterization as literary devices. It uses grammatical and conversational language. These are their similarities. Both of them told the same story. They both use literary devices and have point of view, tone, and mood.
This time, we are sure that you can confidently compare and contrast the presentation of the same topic in different viewing genre. So please, get your activity sheet and answer it to the best of your ability. Let us read to you the directions. Directions. Using the Venn diagram, compare and contrast the literary piece The Soul of the Great Bell in poetry form and in short story form. Write the similarities in the inner circle while the differences in the outer circles. You will be graded according to the following criteria. Content, 10 points. This means that at least 2 similarities and differences were identified. Mechanics, 10 points. This means that capitalization, punctuation, spelling, and diction are observed. You will get a total of 20 points all in all for this activity.
Keep your persistence in learning new things, our dear grade 8 learners. When you are in doubt, remember that you have the capacity to make things happen.
We hope that from this lesson, you will appreciate what makes people similar and different and be more open-minded and respectful of the things that set us apart.
God bless and continue to love, care, and share. Bye!
unless you will pay the price for success, you will not know its worth. Hello, grade 8 learners! I am Teacher James.
I am Teacher Jean.
And welcome to another episode of Ang TANGKUB, a TV-based instruction. This time, we will facilitate your learning in bread and pastry exploratory course based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Ma, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
Ito anak, gumagawa ako ng costing ng mga ingredients sa paggawa ng pineapple pie na ipapares natin sa ating ice candy.
Talaga, Ma? Hindi pa tayo nagsasayang ng oras sa paggawa ng costing? Pwede naman tayong bumili agad-agad ng mga ingredients. Total, alam mo naman, Ma, kung ano-anong mga ito.
Anak, ika nga sa mga matatanda, pag may tiyaga, may nilaga. Kailangan mo bigyan ng oras ang costing para mag-calculate natin kung ilang porsyento ang ipapatong natin sa presyo sa bawat slice ng pineapple pie.
Looking back at the scene, what did Mama Sita do? You're right. Mama Sita is computing for the total expenses of the ingredients of the pineapple pie so that she can give the appropriate price of each slice they are selling. Costing is done in order to determine how much profit one can gain, which is also just according to the quantity and quality of the product. Food costing is an essential tool in determining whether food cost targets are met.
Today, let us discuss the principles of costing. But first, what is costing method? You're right. It is the way that final product's total cost is calculated. To calculate the cost of food production, you need to know the total cost of your ingredients along with how much each ingredient is used in a recipe. This is important to know how much a product costs. To do this, you multiply per unit price by the item you buy. Add up all these individual prices to find the total food cost for your dish. Calculating the cost of food production is an important tool to determine the cost of the food produced. In a food business, you need to know the total cost of the product before you sell it. What are the principles of costing? The following are the things to consider in calculating the cost of the product. First, we have the markup. Second, the selling price. Third, the purchase cost. Fourth, the yield or the serving. And last is the total cost. But first, what is markup? It is the amount added to the price cost. Second, the selling price is the price at which a product or service is sold. Third, we have the purchase cost is the price a buyer pays for the food bought. Fourth, we have yield or serving is the amount of usable products after it processed. The last but not the least is the total cost. It is the total cost of food production. Now, let us proceed on how to calculate the markup and the selling price. Here are the formula. Number 1, peso markup equals purchase cost minus selling price. Number 2, percent markup equals peso markup divided by selling price. Number 3, selling price equals total cost plus peso markup divided by yield or number of serving. Did you get it? Very good. So today, we are going to compute the total cost and selling price of ice candy. Are you ready, learners? Okay. Compute the selling price of ice candy product if given the following estimated cost of ingredients which produce 35 pieces with 50% peso markup. As you can see in the table, there are 3 columns composed of product, ingredients, and purchase cost. Inside the product, we have the ice candy. And the ingredients are 2 cups of young coconut, 1/2 kilo of sugar, 1 can condensed milk, ice candy wrapper. Next is the purchase cost. For the 2 cups of young coconut, it is equivalent to 30 pesos. The 1/2 kilo of sugar is 30 pesos. 1 can condensed milk is 35. And the ice candy wrapper is 30. What is the total cost? 30 plus 30 plus 35 plus 30 equals 125. You're right. Now, let us proceed to the selling price. Again, what is the formula of the selling price? Selling price equals total cost plus peso markup divided by number of yield or serving. To get the 50% peso markup, the formula is equals total cost times 50% markup. So, 125 times 0.50 equals, correct, 62.50. So, the selling price is 125 plus 62.50 equals 187.50 divided by 35 pieces of ice candy is 5.35. But wait, what is the whole number of 5.35? Correct, the answer is 5. So, you sell your ice candy into 5 pesos. Did you get it? Very good. Now, let us proceed to your activity sheet. This time, please get your activity sheet in Cookery Exploratory Course and answer the given questions. Directions. Compute the estimated purchase cost of this chicken adobo recipe and impose a 50% markup to determine the selling price with total servings of 24. Show your solution in your activity sheet. That's all for today, learners. Thank you for listening. God bless and happy learning!
chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Yarda na ang kusarang, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng Tangkub City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
Magandang buhay! Napakaganda talaga ng lettuce ko. Malaki ang pasasalamat ko sa Panginoon dahil sa ginhawang hatid nyo. Halika nga rito. Ano ba nangyari sa'yo?
Nabitin ako sa telenovelang napanood ko mula sa laptop mo.
Ay, naku, bunso. Alam mo ba na yung teleseryeng nasa laptop ko, matagal na yun. Ano ba yung pinanood mo?
Starla po ate. Nakakaya kasi yung tagpo.
Ay, nako. Sige nga, sabihin mo kay ate kung ano yung natutunan mo.
Natutunan ko po ang kahalagahan ng pamilya, pagpapatawad, at pagiging maawain at patulungin sa kapwa.
Naks naman! At dahil dyan, ililibre ka ni ate ng burger mamaya. Pero sa ngayon, bunso, tulungan mo muna ako sa pagkuha ng mga lettuce na ito. Kasi, marami tayong mga orders ngayon.
Ate, ang sabi ni Mama, ang laki raw ng kita mo rito. Paano mo nagawa yun?
Ay, naku, bunso. Simple lang naman ang formula para sa negosyo ni ate. Ang kailangan lang ay tubig at saka fertilizers para tumubo ang mga nagagandahang lettuce na to.
Ganun pala ate.
Sa pinaghalong tubig at fertilizer ay mayroon na tayo. Hulaan mo. Ako na lang. Mayroon na tayong nutrient solution.
Wow!
Hindi kagaya ng mga ibang pananim na nangangailangan ng lupa. Alam mo ba? Hydroponics ang isa sa mabisang paraan para maibigay ng manananim ang sapat na nutrisyong kailangan ng halaman sa tamang panahon.
Ang galing naman ng ate ko.
Sabay ka ni ate mamaya na makinig sa webinar. Alam mo ba, bunso, na miyembro si ate ng isang lipunang sibil na Urban Greens Hydroponic Farm System. Alam mo ba kung ano yon?
Ano yun ate?
Ito ay naglalayong baguhin at gamitin ang mga hindi na napapakinabangan at napagkikitaang mga espasyo o puwang, maging residential man o commercial.
Ganun pala yan ate. Pero ate, may tanong ako.
Ano?
Sa white o blue collar job ba napapabilang ang mga negosyanteng kagaya mo, Ate Bella?
Ay nako, alam mo na yung sagot dyan, Alba. Tinuruan na kita kahapon sa yung takdang aralin.
Ano nga yun? Oo nga pala, blue collar job yung sagot.
You're right, bunso. Buti na lang, pinapahalagahan mo kami ni Mama at nag-aaral ka ng mabuti.
Oo naman ate, love ko kasi kayo eh.
Hello?
Hello, Bella. Good morning. I just called you to say thank you because my profit has increased significantly. Dahil yan sa mas nutritious na yung mga burger namin. We are constant supplier of lettuce for my burgers. And don't forget to drop by my cafe to sign the MOA.
Talaga po, ma'am? Maraming salamat po talaga. Laking tulong po talaga nito.
No worries. See you. At ready na rin pala yung in-order ng kapatid mong bunso na appetizer.
Salamat po talaga. Sure po ako na magugustuhan po ito ng kapatid ko. Kasi napakahilig talaga niya sa bagoong.
Okay, bye!
Paalam!
salamat po sa lahat ng umaapaw na biyaya.
Hello everyone, welcome to Agriculture Techno Demo Forum sponsored by Urban Green's Hydroponic Farm Systems. To talk to us about the importance and the opportunity of hydroponics industry, let us welcome the most successful hydroponics entrepreneur, Miss Via Francisco. In fact, hydroponics has brought her millions already.
Hello! Hello everyone, good day! It's nice to see you all. Thank you and welcome to this webinar. Are you ready? Okay, now let's start. A prophet is not heard in his own country, but let the figures convince you. In my first year of doing the business, I already made 5 million. Yes, and this tripled year after year. Not only does it answer to climate change, it also solves poverty. With little land needed, a farmer can have this added source of income and make even more money from hydroponics than from the land he tills. Trust me, I have been an accountant for 5 years and I profited more from this venture compared to the salary I was earning back then. I was happy I made that choice.
Ang galing ng speaker, Alba. Mas lalo akong na-inspire na ipagpatuloy ang hydroponics gardening.
Basta ako ate, I am your #1 fan. Ipagtitimpla kita ng kape araw-araw.
Salamat naman, bunso. Kahit na ayaw mo sa aroma ng kape, ay ginagawan mo pa rin si ate. Hindi man tayo magkakapareho ng gusto, mahal ka ng ate. At pangako ko sa iyo na hindi ako magsasawang ibigay sa iyo ang maayos na kinabukasan.
Ate.
Dahil ikaw ang gatas na nagpapatamis ng kape ni ate.
The ability to stand for what is true and right and to provide good judgment is wisdom. A beautiful day, grade 9 learners. Today, let us learn a new lesson that will widen your perceptive skill.
That's right. Every day, we listen to a considerable amount of information in the majority of our waking hours. That is why our listening skill must improve significantly too.
Listening comprehension, for instance, which encompasses multiple processes involved in understanding and making sense of spoken language, is necessary in the lesson we will be unfolding today.
Get ready and focus your attention because we will be learning how to judge the validity of the material or idea listened to. There are reasons why we listen to ideas or information, which brings us to the purposes of listening. When our goal in listening is to judge the validity of an idea, we are engaging in critical listening. Critical listening happens when the goal in listening is to evaluate or scrutinize what is being said. It involves some sort of problem solving and decision making.
Certainly, it is not actually enough that you recognize speech sounds or identify the meaning of utterances. You should also be tactful in critically evaluating and judging the validity of the idea you were told. So, let us get going and play this segment of the episode, Kape at Gatas. Hello everyone, welcome to Agriculture Techno Demo Forum, sponsored by Urban Green's Hydroponic Farm Systems. To talk to us about the importance and the opportunity of hydroponics industry, let us welcome the most successful hydroponics entrepreneur, Miss Via Francisco. In fact, hydroponics has brought her millions already.
Hello! Hello everyone, good day! It's nice to see you all. Thank you and welcome to this webinar. Are you ready? Okay, now let's start. A prophet is not heard in his own country, but let the figures convince you. In my first year of doing the business, I already made 5 million. Yes, and this tripled year after year. Not only does it answer to climate change, it also solves poverty. With little land needed, a farmer can have this added source of income and make even more money from hydroponics than from the land he tills. Trust me, I have been an accountant for 5 years and I profited more from this venture compared to the salary I was earning back then. I was happy I made that choice.
Ang galing ng speaker, Alba. Kape. Mas lalo akong na-inspire na ipagpatuloy ang hydroponics gardening.
Alright, what was the presentation of the speaker all about? Yes, it is about how profitable hydroponics industry is. Notice the reaction of Bella. Do you think she finds the information and ideas listened to from the webinar valid?
Truly, she did. There are reasons that must have convinced Bella the idea of Miss Via Francisco as valid. What could those be? If you are still uncertain what to answer, let us have the following techniques you can use to become a critical listener. First, you need to recognize the difference between facts or opinions. You might have heard people claiming that they are entitled of their own opinions. Undeniably, however, facts are facts, which remain unchangeable regardless of people's opinion. So, to separate opinion from facts, you should be aware whether a speaker is delivering a factual message or a message based on his or her opinion. Moreover, you should be aware also of the interplay between both facts and opinion as you listen. Now, going back to the video, can you identify one fact that you listened from the speaker? Yes, you might have lifted different statements and they could still be correct. But let us have this as an example for you to clearly figure out the correctness of your answer. This utterance, in my first year of doing the business, I already earned 5 million is a fact, since figures or details help support to the idea that there is money in hydroponic farming. Now, what do you think are the reasons which make the speaker credible? That's right, it was her merits, which were stated by the facilitator when she was introduced. The second tip is uncovering an assumption. You will know an assumption when what you hear is not supported by evidences and those which cannot be tested in the present. Last tip is to take down notes when necessary. Careful selective note-taking is important because we want an accurate record that reflects the underlying meaning of the message. So we can now answer the question laid down a while ago about what convinced Bella about the validity of the idea or information she listened from the speaker. The ideas presented by the speaker are valid because they are her first-hand experiences and that her accomplishments have been recognized already. As a matter of fact, these are the things that have qualified her to become the speaker of the webinar.
Now, let's try judging the validity of the excerpt from the article. Cell phones don't contribute to learning, which we will read to you. Listen attentively and judge where or what ideas are valid. Cell phones don't contribute to learning. People are using cell phones everywhere, even in schools. leading some school system to ban them during academic day. Cell phones don't contribute to learning and are potentially a distraction, says Thomas Sherman, Virginia Tech Professor of Education. There are already enough distractions. There is no need to add another. Sherman, who researches how children learn, explains that cell phones may inhibit younger children from learning the full range of communication. Cell phones mediate or stand between people, he says. The words are sent, but the non-verbal information is not. Some consider the voice tone, facial expression, and physical gestures as important to the making of a message as the words, balik, meaning the, and physical gestures as important to the meaning of a message as the words. When communication is frequently mediated, it is possible children will not learn the subtle aspect of communicating well. Today, much communication is mediated with telephones, computer email, and video. It is appropriate to limit this mediated communication with young children. Modern cell phones are sophisticated devices that, like games, television sets, and computers, operate from screens. The idea of excessive screen time worries many educators. Children can spend 2 to 4 hours each day in front of screens. Much of this time has limited physical and mental activity. Often, solitary entertainment screen time can occupy the majority of children's out-of-school free time. Educators recommend that children engage in active play, read, play social board games, and fantasy play. Screen time should be limited. Now, focus your attention with the first paragraph. Which idea have you listened to could be judged as valid? If this is your answer, leading some school systems to ban them during the academic day, then congratulate yourself for being a critical listener. How about in the second paragraph? Actually, there are two possible answers. First, the words are sent, but the non-verbal information is not. Second, today, much communication is mediated with telephones, computer, email, and video. These ideas are valid since their claims can be evaluated and proven as factual. Let's proceed with the third paragraph. There are 4 statements which can be judged as valid. These are, first, modern cell phones operate from screens. Second, children can spend 2 to 4 hours each day in front of screens. Third, much of this time has limited physical and mental activity. Lastly, often solitary entertainment screen time can occupy the majority of children's out-of-school free time. If you have noticed, the complete sentence in the third paragraph is supposedly, modern cell phones are sophisticated devices that, like games, television sets, and computers, operate from screens. However, we just picked out modern cell phones operate from screens. This is because the description sophisticated does not apply to all devices and could be subjective, or may vary from one person to another depending on one's points of view. Although we have taken valid ideas from the excerpt, these still contains biases because only one perspective is given without seeking another else's perspective. Do remember that for you to judge the validity of ideas you have listened to, it is important that you have already distinguished the difference between facts and opinions.
This time, it is your turn to show us what you got. Get your activity sheet and read aloud the given excerpts and judge the validity of the idea presented by the author. Let us read the instruction. Read aloud the given paragraphs and judge their validity by underlining the statements you think are valid. Support your answer in 1 to 2 sentences. First paragraph. Reading for pleasure is a waste of time. People who spend hour upon hour reading don't get to live in the real world. They don't really learn anything that is useful about how to deal with everyday people and problems. Plus, teachers always make us read things that are boring. Second paragraph. Eating tomatoes is one of the best things you can do. These beautiful red fruit not only thrill your taste buds and brighten your plate, they help fight disease. Studies show that people who eat tomatoes, and lots of them, lower their risk of cancer because tomatoes contain lycopene, a powerful antioxidant.
Always use your critical thinking skills to arrive at the answer. And remember that your ability to create good judgment is necessary in today's world.
Nothing in this world is permanent. Material things may vanish, and the purchasing power of money may diminish as well. But good and sound judgment will remain applicable and in demand. So keep on honing your critical thinking skills.
We are looking forward to see you again, learners, in our next episode. Continue to love, care, and share.
This is Ang TANGKUB.
Bye!
Failure is the appetizer to the successful main course, according to Richard Diwani. Hello, grade 9 learners! I am Teacher James, and welcome to another episode of Ang TANGKUB TV-based instruction. At this moment, we will process your learning in TLE Cookery 9 based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Hello? Hello, Bella. Good morning. I just called you to say thank you because my profit has increased significantly dahil yan sa mas nutritious na yung mga burger namin. We are constant supplier of lettuce for my burgers. And don't forget to drop by my cafe to sign the MOA.
Talaga po, ma'am? Maraming salamat po talaga. Laking tulong po talaga nito.
No worries. See you. At ready na rin pala yung in-order ng kapatid mong bunso na appetizer.
Salamat po talaga. Sure po ako na magugustuhan po ito ng kapatid ko. Kasi napakahilig talaga niya sa bagoong.
Okay, bye!
Paalam!
Based on the video clip, what did Bella's younger sister ordered from Branda's? You're right. She ordered an appetizer, which is bagoong. Do you want to know more about appetizers? Great! Then today, we will learn more about the world of appetizers. Appetizers are foods which stimulate the appetite through their attractive appearance, fragrance, or appealing flavor. It is usually a small piece of portions of highly seasoned food, usually served before a meal to induce or stimulate one's appetite. It gives appreciation to the food we eat. A good appetizer, whether hot or cold, should be light and served in small quantities. Classifications of appetizers. First, cocktails. Cocktails are usually juices of orange, pineapple, or grapefruit served with cold salad dressing. It may be in the form of fruit or vegetable, mixed with little alcoholic beverage or seafood like shrimps, crabs, or lobsters served with slightly seasoned sauce. These appetizers are always served chilled, often on a bed of crushed ice. Kinds of cocktail appetizers: oyster and clams on the half shell, shrimps, crab meat, and fruits. Next classification of appetizer is hors d'oeuvre. It is a small portion of highly seasoned foods. It is a combination of canapé, olives, stuffed celery, pickled radishes, and fish. Examples of hors d'oeuvre: antipasto, Italian appetizer, which include cured meat, seafood item, cheese, and many more. Bruschetta, a slice of Italian bread that is toasted, rubbed with brushed garlic, and drizzled with olive oil, served with toppings like canapés. Tapas, a small food item intended to be eaten with wine or other drinks, usually in bars. Next, caviar, a salted roe or eggs of sturgeon fish. Any product labeled as caviar must come from sturgeon fish. If the roe comes from other fish, then it will be labeled as white fish caviar. Another classification of appetizer is canapé. These are made out of thin slices of bread in different shapes. The bread may be toasted, sautéed in butter, or dipped in a well-seasoned mixture of egg, cheese, fish, or meat, then deep fat fried. It is a finger food consisting of 3 parts: a base, a spread, and garnish. The base holds the spread and garnish such as bread cutouts, toast cutouts, and crackers. The spread or topping is then placed on top of the base so the garnish sticks to it without falling. Examples of spreads are flavored butter, flavored cream cheese, and many more. Garnish. It is any food item or combination of items placed on top of the spread, which usually gives color, design, and texture or flavor accent to the canapé. Examples of garnish used in making canapé are vegetables, fruits, fish, meat cuts, cheese, and many more. Another classification of appetizer are relishes. These are pickled items which are raw, crisp vegetables such as julienne carrots or celery sticks. 2 categories of relishes. First, raw vegetables with dips, and then the other one, pickled items like cucumber pickles, watermelon pickles, or our very own atsara. Next classification of appetizer is petit salad. These are small portions and usually display the characteristics found in most salad. Next classification of appetizer is dips. These are popular accompaniments to potato chips, crackers, and raw vegetables. Proper consistency in the preparation is important for many dips. It must not be so thick that it cannot be scooped up without breaking the chip or crackers, but it must be thick enough to stick to the items used as dippers. Next classification of appetizer is fresh fruits and vegetables. These are the simplest appetizers. Fruits are good appetizers because they give an attractive appearance, fragrance, appealing taste, and delicious flavor. And lastly, anything that is smaller. These are varieties of appetizers wherein the only requirement is that you keep everything small enough to be picked up with the fingers and eaten with little mess. In short, finger foods. There you have it. Those are the different classifications of appetizers. Now, let us try to review. What are the different classifications of appetizer? You're right. As discussed earlier, the different classifications of appetizer are cocktails, hors d'oeuvre, canapé, relishes, petit salad, dips, fresh fruits and vegetables, and anything smaller. This time, please get your activity sheet in Cookery 9 and answer the given questions. Until then, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang dun sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang kasara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Kahit maraming problema, chill ka lang, don't stop sa pag-eskwela. Kabataan, pag-asa ng ating bayan. Ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay magtutulungan. Ihanda na ang kasara, upuan at mga mesa. Ang pag-aaral ay simulan na. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, sa school magsama-sama. Abutin ang mga pangarap, mayaman man o mahirap. Edukasyon ay para sa lahat. Halina, balik eskwela na. Halina, at magkakaisa. Maghawak ng kamay, sumigaw ng sabay-sabay. Isang tinig tungo sa tagumpay.
Inihahandog ng Dibisyon ng TANGKUB City ang iba't ibang kwento, aral, at kaalaman habang kayo ay nasa inyong mga tahanan. TV-based instruction.
pinuno ng Italian tadhana, isang imperyo, matapang na madirigma, ama ng lahing sa dakila ng mula, mundo'y sasailalim sa kanyang pamamahala.
RR! JM! Halina kayo't kumain na tayo! Pakitawag na rin yung tatay ninyo!
Opo, Nay! Tay! Kain na po tayo!
Sige anak, susunod na ako.
Nay, ano pa kasi ito pagkaluto?
Ito ang tinatawag na scrambled egg, JM. Oh, main ka na.
Nay, pwede po pang bukas yung may yellow naman po sa gitna?
Yun naman ang tinatawag na sunny side up, RR. Oo ba? Walang problema. Basta ang mga assignment ninyo dito sa mga gawaing bahay ay nagagawa ninyo. Ipagluluto ko kayo ng iba't ibang klase ng itlog.
Yay!
Oh, ayan mga anak ha. Imposible namang hindi kayo lalakas niyan. Maraming nutrisyon ang itlog. Ika nga nila, an egg a day is okay.
Tama ka rin, mahal. Mayaman din sa protina ang itlog. Kaya naman, mas lalo pa itong magpapalakas ng inyong mga katawan. Oh, bilisan nyo nang kumain dyan at nang maitapon nyo na yung mga basura natin para makolekta ng mga basurero. JM, RR, huwag niyong kalimutan na ihiwalay ng maayos ang mga basura na nalalanta, di nalalanta, at yung mga pwedeng ma-recycle pa.
Opo, Nay! JM, may napapansin ka ba?
Alin kuya? Ang bagong damit mo?
Bukod pa doon.
Wala. Ano ba yun?
Nadadagdagan palagi yung basurang bitbit natin. Noong Lunes, isang sako lang ng basura yung bitbit ko. Tapos naging 2 noong Merkules. Tapos ngayon, 3. Parang nadadagdagan ng isang sako lagi.
Ganyan din ang napansin ko kuya. Ako nga, yung nalalantang basura noong nakaraang linggo, isang sako lang. Sa ikalawang linggo, naging 2. Tapos ngayon linggo ito, 4 ng bitbit ko. Bali, every week, additional 2.
Diba? Hay, nako. Tara nga, tapon na natin to, JM.
Okay, pwede nang maupo ang lahat. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagpunta sa meeting na ito. Lubhang napakahalaga ang pagpupulong na ito dahil meron tayong pag-uusapang mahalagang agenda. Unahin muna natin ang 2 mahalagang pag-uusapan. Una ay ang MRF. Kumusta ang MRF sa inyong mga lugar?
Sa amin naman, cup noodle, maayos naman at talagang sinusunod naman ng mga kapurok ko ang paghihiwalay ng mga basura. Natuto na kasi sila noong minsan bumaha dito sa atin dulot ng kung saan-saan naman tinatapon yung mga basura noon.
Ganoon din po sa amin ka. Naku, nakatutuwang pakinggan ang ganyang balita. Sana ay may pagpatuloy ito. Isunod natin ang ating ikalawang agenda. Ito ang pagpapatanim natin sa ating mga kabarangay ng mga halamang gamot at iba pang mga alternative medicines sa kanilang mga bakuran.
Ano naman po ang ipapatanim natin sa kanila, Kap?
Siguro simulan natin sa kalabo. Kasi hindi ba, uso ngayon dito sa ating lugar ang ubo. Alam niyo ba na ayon sa nabasa ko, ang kalabo pala ay isang mabisang gamot sa ubo.
Yun din po ang narinig ko sa lulo ko noon, Kap. Akala ko nga hindi effective. Pero nang sinubukan ko sa aking anak, mabisa pala talaga siya.
Pero sana, wag na talagang lumala ang sakit na ito dito sa ating lugar, no? Basta ha, sabihan niyo sila, kayo na rin ang mag-distribute ng mga ito sa bawat pamilya. Alam niyo na ang bawat bilang ng kasapi ng mga purok ninyo, hindi ba? O di ba? At least man lang, sa pamamagitan nito ay makatutulong tayo sa ating kabarangay. Kasi nga, di ba, ang motto ng ating barangay ay
Kapag nagtutulungan, walang maiiwan.
Getting information with the use of text helps you formulate your own insights, views, or opinions based on what you have read, listened, or viewed. It is important because the data gathered and presented in these sources are salient and can help avoid the spread of false information or fake news.
How are you doing, grade 10 learners? We are glad to be with you today for another engaging lesson in our instructional program, ang TANGKUB, where you learn to love, care, and share.
Now, you will learn how to use information from news reports, speeches, informative talks, panel discussions, etc. in everyday conversations and exchanges.
News reports, informative talks, speeches, and panel discussions are just some of the many sources of information, which are of great help for us to be aware and informed of the significant things that are going on around us. To see how they work in our daily life, let us view a segment of this episode.
Amen. Okay, pwede nang maupo ang lahat. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagpunta sa meeting na ito. Lubhang napakahalaga ang pagpupulong na ito dahil meron tayong pag-uusapang mahalagang agenda. Unahin muna natin ang dalawang mahalagang pag-uusapan. Una ay ang MRF. Kumusta ang MRF sa inyong mga lugar?
Sa amin naman, cup noodle, maayos naman at talagang sinusunod naman ng mga kapurok ko ang paghihiwalay ng mga basura. Natuto na kasi sila noong minsan bumaha dito sa atin dulot ng kung saan-saan naman tinatapon yung mga basura noon.
This time, can you spot the information which the barangay captain emphasized during the meeting?
Congratulations! We're pretty sure that you got the answer. It was the importance of proper waste disposal through the effective utilization of MRF or Material Recovery Facility of the barangay. This idea was also supported by the attendees. Let us view another one.
Nakatutuwang pakinggan ang ganyang balita. Sana ay may pagpatuloy ito. Isunod natin ang ating ikalawang agenda. Ito ang pagpapatanim natin sa ating mga kabarangay ng mga halamang gamot at iba pang mga alternative medicines sa kanilang mga bakuran.
Ano naman po ang ipapatanim natin sa kanila, Kap?
Siguro simulan natin sa kalabo. Kasi hindi ba, uso ngayon dito sa ating lugar ang ubo. Alam niyo ba na ayon sa nabasa ko, ang kalabo pala ay isang mabisang gamot sa ubo.
Yun din po ang narinig ko sa lulo ko noon, Kap. Akala ko nga hindi effective. Pero nang sinubukan ko sa aking anak, mabisa pala talaga siya.
Pero sana, wag na talagang lumala ang sakit na ito dito sa ating lugar, no?
What information did the barangay captain disseminate during the meeting? You're right, it was the campaign for having backyard gardening for all households in the barangay and the benefits of the said project.
Now, what did the chairwoman do in order to discuss important matters for the improvement of the barangay? That's right, the barangay chairwoman called and gathered the officials at the barangay office to discuss important matters.
Absolutely. She discussed some important points throughout the session. The process used by the barangay chairwoman in facilitating the meeting is through panel discussion. She served as the moderator who introduces the topic, and her constituents served as panelists who presented their views and opinions regarding the topic or issue.
The organized meeting is a healthy and worthwhile dialogue to address barangay issues and concern. The information acquired by the attendees who joined the meeting is considered useful and reliable since the message came directly from the person in authority. This will surely be shared to each respective purok or zone and cascaded to their families, and the campaign will become a part of the practical conversations of people in that barangay.
As a listener or audience of the panel discussions, you should be wise and attentive using the information you have heard or seen. You should also evaluate if these are for the common good.
A reliable source is one that provides thorough, well-reasoned theory, argument, and discussion based on evidence.
To orient you with some of the means on how to acquire information, let the following terminologies and definitions guide you.
Panel discussion is a specific format used in a meeting, conference, or convention. It is a live or virtual discussion about a specific topic among a selected group of panelists who share differing perspectives. News report is similar to a news article. It is a story that is currently happening or that just happened. Writing a news report is easy if you report on the subject clearly, conduct good interviews, and write in a style that is clear, concise, and active. Speech is a form of communication in spoken language made by a speaker before an audience for a given purpose. Informative talk is given for the purpose of providing information about a topic to the audience. Using information from different sources such as news report, speeches, informative talks, and panel discussions in everyday conversations and exchanges because the data gathered and presented by these sources are useful to stop the spread of false information.
This time, learners, let us view a short talk delivered by the motivational speaker, Nick Vujicic, an Australian-American, born without arms and legs, who has become a world-renowned speaker, New York Times best-selling author, coach, and entrepreneur.
The first thing I want you to take away from today is this: you will have good days and you'll have bad days, but you will always learn something more or something new, and you will learn more overall on bad days than good days. You will learn more about yourself, you'll learn more about relationships, you'll learn about life and principles, and it'll build your character. If you're a person who wants, let's say, improve on your character of patience, let's say, don't complain when you're waiting in a line. You ain't going to grow in patience until you're put in a place to wait. It's like you go into a gym and you're walking through the front doors and you tell your wife or your husband, I'm going to the gym. You go into the gym and you come in 3 feet and you do a U-turn and you ride out, I went to the gym. Ain't gonna do nothing. You gotta go in there, and what are you gonna do? You gotta pick up the weights. And you exercise the muscles that you want to build. I stand before you without arms and legs, but a very strong man because of the bad days in my life. You know how it is. If you didn't go what you've gone through, you wouldn't be who you are today. And I'm not belittling your pain, and don't worry, I've seen pain in my life, and I've seen not only in my life, but people's lives, and people say, well, at least I have no arms, no legs, and then what am I supposed to say? Well, at least I'm not an African orphan who's dying at 4 years old, and I met that person. What about the 10-year-old girl that was bought for $700 in Mumbai and kidnapped as a sex slave to have 350 clients before the age of 13, pregnant at 12, put the baby under the bed while she works on top, abandoned by her family. After she pays her debt of $700 after 3 years with her child, she leaves on the streets of Mumbai hoping for a new life. No family, no job, no food. Her baby needs food. She gets raped, beaten up on the street. She comes back to the only way that she knows how to make money. She goes back to the brothels. She gets pregnant at 15 the second time, and then that child dies, and then 20 years old, she comes up to me. Yes, I have met this woman. She comes up crying. She says, Nick, I just found out I got HIV/AIDS. And I got fined for being a prostitute. What do you say to that? You may have arms and legs, but unless you know 3 things. Number 1, who are you and what your value is? Number 2, what is your purpose here in life? And number 3, what is your destiny when you're done here? If you don't know the answers of any of those 3 questions, you're more disabled than I.
Now, can you relate with the experience of Nick? Have you been bullied too? Nick Boychik, the speaker, experienced discrimination and bullying because of his physical appearance. Undeniably, we have our own fair share of experiences where we are made small based on other people's judgment.
That's right. It means that life is not always easy and pleasant. Problems and difficulties are inevitable. What matters most is we learn something new out of it.
Does this kind of discrimination still exist these days? Certainly yes. But according to Nick, never let that situation pull us down. Instead, stand firm because we would never become who we are today without the challenges forcing us to transform to become better versions of ourselves.
We can use the information taken from the inspirational talk in our everyday conversations and exchanges, which can be manifested through the dialogue we create. Dialogue is a conversation or exchange of ideas between 2 or more people, whether they are having agreement or disagreement on a particular topic or issue.
When we engage in any dialogue, it is normal for disagreements or agreement to occur. What matters most is that we try to deliver our point politely as possible.
Allow us to show how it works in a sample dialogue using our names as the characters. Do you think Nick had a hard time battling against bullying and discrimination?
Yes, I think that the battle of Nick against bullying and discrimination is a hard one. However, Nick Boychik, the speaker, is a proof that we have the ability to rise above any difficulty. Undeniably, we have our own fair share of experiences where we are made small based on others' judgment. But we also have a choice to look inside us and make use of what's in us instead of looking at what's missing.
I certainly agree with you, Mahal. It means that life is not always easy and pleasant. Problems and difficulties are inevitable. What matters most is that we learn something out from them.
You're on point, Ma'am Pinky. I got a friend who thought of discrimination as something which no longer bother people these days.
I strongly disagree with her. Many individuals are suffering from depression because they experience bullying and discrimination. This time, can you spot expression used in the dialogue in order to express agreement? You're right. The expressions, I think, I certainly agree with you, and you are on point, show that the conversation proved an agreement.
On the other hand, the expression used to show disagreement is, I strongly disagree. There are actually examples of expressions to show agreement. Let's have them. I completely, really, totally, absolutely, honestly, truly agree with you. I completely, really, totally, absolutely, honestly, truly agree with you on that. I really think or believe so too. I couldn't agree more. I have come to the same conclusion. I hold the same opinion. I have no objection whatsoever. I see what you mean, and I must agree with you. I see it that way too. I share your opinion or view. I was just going to say that. You're completely, totally, absolutely right. You have a point there. You've made a good point. We are of one mind. We are of the same mind. That's so completely, absolutely, undeniably true. That's really a good point. Yeah, that's just it. Fair enough. Yes, of course. No doubt about it.
This time, here are some expressions to show this agreement. I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but you may be right, but that might be true, but I beg to differ. I don't agree with you on that. I don't agree with what you say. I don't think you're right. I don't share your view. I think otherwise. I take a different view. I believe your argument doesn't hold water. I'm not sure I agree with you. That doesn't make much sense to me. That's not always the case. That's not always necessarily true. I'm sure that just like the characters, you have also stories to tell. I hope that you are also inspired by the story of Nick Boyucci, a person who was born without arms and legs but made a big difference.
Just remember who you are, your value system, your life's purpose, and what you're made of.
After discussing useful information which you can apply for everyday conversations and exchanges taken from the short talk, it is now your turn to do the test, our dear learners.
Directions. Given a news report, make a dialogue which usually takes place in everyday conversations and exchanges. You will be graded according to the following criteria. Sentence variation. This means that the writing has sentences that show exceptional use of sentence variety and complexity of structure, 10 points. Grammar conventions. The writing follows exceptional capitalization, word usage, punctuation, including indentation of paragraphs, and precise spelling, 10 points. Easy to follow and understand. The dialogue is consistently easy to follow and understand between two individual participants, 10 points. A total of 30 points for this activity. Do great, our dear learners. Remember that not all information you come across or hear from day-to-day conversations are factual. Thus, you still need to analyze which information are worth sharing.
According to George Bernard Shaw, false knowledge is more dangerous than ignorance.
This has been Teacher Mahalia
and Teacher Pinky
saying, see you again on our next episode here in
Ang TANGKUB! Bye!
The same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg. It's about what you're made of, not the circumstances. Hello, grades and learners. I am Teacher James, and welcome to another episode of Ang TANGKUB TV-based instruction. At this point, we are now to process your learning in TLE Cookie Written based on the video played earlier. Let's try to look back at this scene.
Nay, ano pa kasi ito pagkaluto?
Ito ang tinatawag na scrambled egg, JM. Oh, may ka na.
Nay, pwede po pang bukas, yung may yellow naman po sa gitna?
Yun naman ang tinatawag na sunny side up RR. Oo ba? Walang problema. Basta ang mga assignment ninyo dito sa mga gawaing bahay ay nagagawa ninyo. Ipagluluto ko kayo ng iba't ibang klase ng itlog.
Yay!
Based on the clip, what egg dish did RR request Nanay Dudi to cook next time? Correct. RR requested Nanay Dudi to cook an egg dish where the yellow part or the yolk is visible, such as sunny side up. Now, do you want to know the different components of an egg other than the yolk? Great! Today, we will explore the different components of an egg and its nutritive values. Eggs are poultry products from chicken, duck, and quail that are eaten as food. They are reproductive cells from which a new organism develops, which will only happen if they are fertilized. The different components of an egg are shell, air cell, albumen or egg white, chalaza, germinal disc, membranes, and the yolk. Shell is the egg's outer covering. It accounts for about 9 to 12% of the egg's total weight, depending on its size. The shell is produced by the shell gland of the oviduct and has an outer coating called the bloom or cuticle, which seals the pores and is useful in reducing moisture losses and in preventing bacterial penetration. Next is the air cell. Air cell is the empty space between the white and shell at the large end of the egg, which is barely existent in newly laid egg. When an egg is first laid, it is warm. As it cools, the contents contract and the inner shell membrane separates from the outer shell membrane to form the air cell. Next is the albumen or the egg white. It accounts for most of an egg's liquid weight, which is about 67%. This is produced by the oviduct and consisted of 4 alternating layers of thick and thin consistencies. From the yolk outward, they are designated as the inner thick or chalaziferous white, or others called the inner thin white. The outer thin white is a narrow fluid layer next to the shell membrane. The outer thick white is a gel that forms the center of the albumen. The inner thin white is a fluid layer located next to the yolk. The next component of an egg is chalaza. It is the ropey strands of egg white at both sides of the egg which anchor the yolk in place in the center of the thick white. Next is the germinal disc. It is the entrance of the latebra, which is the channel leading to the center of the yolk. The germinal disc is barely noticeable as a slight depression on the surface of the yolk. When the egg is fertilized, sperm enters by way of the germinal disc and travels to the center, and a chick embryo starts to form. Next component is the membranes. There are 2 kinds of membranes of an egg. One is under the shell, and another one is covering the yolk. These are the shell membrane and the vitelline membrane. Just inside the shell are 2 shell membranes, called inner and outer. The outer membrane sticks to the shell, while the inner membrane sticks to the albumen or egg white. During storage, the egg loses water by evaporation, causing the air cell to enlarge. The vitelline membrane is the covering that protects the yolk from breaking. And lastly, the yolk. The yolk refers to the yellow to yellow-orange portion that makes up about 33% of the liquid weight of the egg. Egg is indeed one of nature's complete food. It contains high quality of protein with all the essential amino acids and all of the vitamins except vitamin C and minerals. Egg products are particularly good for fortifying food low in protein quality. In fact, except for mother's milk, eggs provide the protein naturally available. Here is an egg nutrient chart. The first column is the nutrient and the unit of measurement. The second column is the computation for the whole egg. The third column is the computation for the egg white. And the fourth column is the computation for the egg yolk. This egg nutrient chart comes from the U.S. Department of Agriculture Agricultural Research Service in 2010. These are the different components of an egg and its nutritive values. This time, let us try to check your learning from today's session. Please get your activity sheet in Cookie with 10 and answer the given questions. Until our next episode, continue learning and hashtag Shine TANGKUB Stars.
Eskwela na.
We hope that you have learned the most essential lessons you need to master. See you on our next episodes. This has been Ang Tangkub.
It's Tangkub, Tangkub, Tangkub time. We learn all things, it's very fun, masaya. Tutok na.
Kung gusto mong maglingaw-lingaw, mga tawag magloling hayaw, mag-joyride na. Uba na ang imong barkada, silingan o pamilya, mag-joyride na. Sinatiuntang palibot, mga lugar sulod sa tanggob, mag-ubanta. Tansilang gato makilaw, sa sanapog sa pulaw, laagunta. Labi na yun sa huyuhoy, ugnaw na bitagano kahoy, tala na. Maglibot tango, maglibot tango kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Kung gusto ka og entertainment, for fun and for enjoyment, no problem ka. Sinagduloy among pambato, kumusayo smart kaayo, believe jud ka. Panahon sab sa Disyembre, super gid ka aligre, malingaw gid ka. Fireworks display, daghang ganahan, musidlak sa kalangitan, mapawagid ka. Christmas symbols, capital of the Philippines. Ninira na ninyo makita, friends, diba? Diri sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maghihiusa, maghihigala. Let's get together, make life feel better. Makita, friends, diba? Hapit sa tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglipay-lipay, magsakay-sakay tala. Maglibot tanggop, maglibot tanggop kita. Maglibot tango, maglibot